Step right in. Through the sand and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief. Mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune. Call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending? Or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you? Or just a ritual? Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of wine. Truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to lie. Every doubt, every cry, bat bright in the night. We question the answer, try under the wings of wine.
Hell yeah. Welcome in everybody to the Batcolyte. Make sure you're tapping the screen and sharing the live. We aren't just getting started. And well, like we do every night, we're here just to, take over the world. To see if you can question your beliefs. If you have belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue or tear you down. I'm not interested in, burgling your God. I really just want to know if you can question your belief. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And of course, if you've questioned before, if you've been questioned, and you know, can't come up and question more, well, then make sure you're tapping that screen and sharing the live. And the more we do that, the more likely we'll get out to the FYP if somebody curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. But thank you guys so much for the 19,000 likes already, 18 shares. All those do help get us out to the FYP, and maybe get a few believers in here curious enough to question. I feel like I'm repeating myself, so maybe I should just stop segueing. It's been nothing but segue. Hope everyone's doing all right. Welcome in, of course, to everybody who is just joining us and everyone who's been here. Welcome in, Bird Kitchen. Hannah, good to see you. Welcome, Vintage VHS Bag. Catch up, Philly in good faith. Good to see you. Also, welcome into Kamikaze Co-Pilot, Trackdale, and Glam Scum Poetry. Good to see all of you. I also see Always Mustard, Hazelnut, Tech Omega, Sam, Blake. So good to see you. It's Just Edits and Amelia, That Nurse Lacey, and Ellie J. So good to see all of you. I hope all of you are doing well this evening. And, of course, anybody who's just joining us, if I didn't say your name, I just didn't see it on the list yet. But welcome to you, too. Hell yeah, Glam Scum. Top tier lineup. Best audience on TikTok. You guys are amazing. And, of course, if you haven't already gone down and hit that repost button down there, that's one of the best ways to get us out to the FYP people. Anybody who follows you is going to see that as they scroll through. Of course, copying the link and maybe adding to your story, all those things, those are going to help you out. Welcome in, Tide of Silence. So good to see you. And Witty. Welcome in, Squirrel Bay. Good to see you. I think we might actually have a request. Hello, Squirrel Babe. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, okay. I was trying to understand exactly what the prompt was asking. I kind of have a belief, but I don't really know what I do truly believe. I don't know if that makes sense.
You say you kind of have a belief, but you don't know what you believe.
I was raised Christian growing up, and I kind of believe with it. But also at the end of the day, I know I may just be worm food. You know? It's all about the land and not about a god or a belief. Does that make sense?
So you were raised Christian. You don't Do you believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
Yes, but I don't fully believe it. Does that make a difference? Like, I haven't crossed that line where I say this is absolutely true. They haven't proved it to me yet.
They haven't proved it, but you believe it
Yeah.
otherwise.
I try and go by the Ten Commandments. Don't hurt other people. Don't be nice to your fellow man, but
Love the Lord God before any others. And,
I
thou shalt
haven't
not
quite got
worship any
there.
other God but me.
I've never gotten there.
Thou shalt not covet your neighbor's slave or wife or anything else.
Yeah, I do
belonging
not
to
do
your
that.
neighbor.
That's their business, not mine.
I see.
I've
So
been with the same woman for 20 years and we're not even married.
that wasn't the point of my question. So, but you're okay with it, saying not to covet your neighbor's slaves. And the wives belong to your neighbor.
No, you just don't covet other people's stuff. It's theirs.
Right. So your wife's neighbor or your neighbor's wife belongs to him, is what you're saying.
No.
Oh.
She's over there with him. I ain't going after her.
I don't think that was the point of my question, but okay. So you believe in the 10 Commandments. You follow all 10 of them.
For the most part, yes.
Mm.
No, I've broken a few of them. I've done some bad things in my life. I ain't perfect.
Do you know all 10 of them?
If you were to ask me to list them off right now, no, I cannot list them all off. But
do you think the 10 Commandments are really what matter? Or is it perhaps the lessons that could be learned anywhere?
It's the basic lessons of the basic beginning of life, to be nice to each other, treat each other with respect, help each other out.
Does it matter to you?
Neighbor's stuff.
Mm-hmm. Does it matter to you if the Bible is not true at all?
Doesn't matter.
So
I still think those are good guidelines.
I see. So it's
don't take people's lives.
Right.
I'm sorry.
You don't actually know the 10 Commandments, though, so you're just saying don't kill people and don't steal. Right?
Well, thou shalt not covet, thou shalt not.
The covet one, yeah. You seem to gloss past the fact that it says that your neighbor's wife and slave belong to him.
I don't know which version of the Bible you read, but I never saw that.
Fascinating. All of them. Literally all of them.
You must have a different version. Can you send me that?
What version of the Bible do you have in front of you?
I don't have one in front of me.
Do you have one nearby?
Yes, King James, more or less, yeah.
King James. And you don't think it says anything about slaves or wives being property?
Well, it does a lot in it, but not in the 10 Commandments.
You don't think it says that in the 10 Commandments?
Not that I've seen it printed. The 10 Commandments were written on stone. It didn't go into details about slaves after that.
Fascinating.
Written on stone,
so it doesn't say that on the 10th commandment, not to covet your neighbor's slave or ox or wife.
Not that I've ever read. No. Okay, not in the 10th commandment, no.
Okay, so that is the 10th commandment. That's number 10.
It does not mention slaves.
Why don't you go ahead and look it up right now?
Hold on. I gotta go grab my Bible.
And while our guest finds his Bible and gets it open to Exodus 20, I'm going to go ahead and thank everybody for the 23,000 times you tapped the screen and the 28 shares. All those do help get us out to the FYP. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
Oh. Sorry about that. All right, got it in my hand.
go ahead and open that to Exodus 20.
Exodus 20?
Yeah, if you're talking the 10 Commandments you were talking about. There are another 10 Commandments, but we're talking about these.
Alright. It's been a while since I've opened a book, so at least one like this, not just instructions and stuff.
So when you find Exodus 20, you'll find the 10 Commandments start around, right there at the beginning of 20. The 10th commandment will be at 17. 20:17.
All right. Exodus 9, 16. Up too far. Exodus 20. All right. You know how further to it's Exodus 20.
That would be the one.
Okay, all right. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Yeah, I was saying 20:17.
Oh, so 17. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Nor his holy shit. Nor his maid servant.
Maid servant, huh?
Women.
Your neighbor owns women.
No, that's what it's referring to.
So you're
I don't
cool
know
with
if it does or not.
God telling you not to covet the women your neighbor owns. That's good with you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
right
is
there in the book. Though.
She's with him.
Right, but it's in the book that he owns all these women, maid servants. That's interesting. Man-servants too, right?
You see it as...
Does it say man-servant or man?
No,
so he owns
it says
just
maid
maids.
servant.
Fascinating. You said this is the KJV you're reading?
You can't do it to his ox either. Nor his...
So he owns his wife like he owns his ox.
Nor his ox, nor his ass.
Yeah, he owns his ox and his ass and his wife all the same. They're all his possessions.
Not anything that is thy neighbor.
That they belong to him.
Anything that's her neighbor.
Yeah, so they belong to him is what you're saying.
No, what's a woman living next to me? Everything's hers.
What does it say there? Does it say that he is hers, or does it say she is his?
It's just that they are each other's.
Oh, really? Where does it say that on the page that you just read?
Not in the page I just read.
Okay, so then you lied. So let's try not doing that. What does it say on the page? Does it say he owns the ox, the ass?
No, it doesn't say
servants.
He owns them. You're assuming he owns them because they call him.
What does it say at the end? Anything belonging to your neighbor, right?
Okay.
So are you saying that they're not belonging to your neighbor?
But what if my neighbor's a woman and not a guy? And she owns it, right?
Fascinating. Does it say that?
No.
Do you add to your Bible constantly or just whenever it suits you?
I don't add to my Bible. The Bible.
You just did.
No, I asked you
just did.
on my beliefs. I said
I've been
I don't
asking
fully
you about
believe
your
in
beliefs.
God.
And I was asking you about this. You said you believed the 10 Commandments. I asked if you believed in this
No.
one commandment. You said it wasn't in here, and now you've read it, and you're still trying to lie about it.
Okay, you can say
Are
I
you
did say
capable
I
of being
believe.
honest?
I'm trying to, if you'll listen. I
Fascinating.
do believe
How drunk
that
are
the
you?
10 Commandments are the greatest guideline for life.
How drunk are you?
I don't know.
Okay, too drunk for this show, clearly. The fuck is wrong with people? Tons of women owned land, that's right. And all of the women that owned all the land back then. Crazy. Too smart for me, that's right. That's right, a guy who came up here drunk, lying about things that are in the Bible, is too smart for me. I just don't know how to handle such an intelligently inebriated person. So completely smart. I'm just floored. I can't believe you'd read it and then just say that it doesn't say what it says, where it says it, and then try to add a whole bunch, and then lie about trying to add a whole bunch. But he's too smart for me. If you also think you're too smart for me, well, then scroll the fuck on, because I'm not interested in some kind of competitive display of testosterone. What I really am interested in is seeing if you can question your beliefs. If you're capable of calmly, courteously, and coherently questioning your beliefs, and you're courageous enough or curious enough to try, well, then go ahead and request out. No brain flexing here. I mean, you can flex it all you want, just, don't try to rub it on me. That's gross. Especially when it's, pickled. Nobody wants a pickled brain rubbed on them. Well, we had another request, and they seem to have slipped through the queue there. But, if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are curious enough to question, come on up. I'm not gonna debate you. I'm not gonna shame you. I'm really not here to make you, look like a fool. You might do that on your own. And congratulations on the accomplishment. But really, truly, I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Do you see something scary in questioning your beliefs? Do you fear the foundations of who you are might be rattled to the core? Or are those foundations already what they are? Could questioning help you find them? What could be so terrifying about testing something that you assume to be true. At best, it already is, and it'll withstand the tests. And at worst, you find out that you didn't know what you thought you did. And maybe that becomes the grounds to build something better. Something more solid. Or who knows, maybe the uncertainty will feel like a warm blanket. But why would you be afraid? What harm can a few questions do? I don't know if I'm ready to jump right into musical breaks, but I mean, we can. Nothing wrong with throwing a jam or two on while we tap the screen and try to get a few more curious questioners ready for questioning. I think. Well, let's see, it's a Saturday night. We don't need the somber tunes. Let me see if I've got a song or two. Might get us in the right mood. Any fear looking into the abyss. I get that, kamikaze. Maybe that's what it is. The mystery, the unknown, the acceptance that you don't know the things you assume. Maybe that's the abyss. But why should it be? And why should that be terrifying? Doesn't that just mean there's that much more room to grow, to learn, to understand? Well, on that thought, let's keep tapping the screen, share the live, and, if we get a guest request, I'll even bring them up right in the middle of the songs. We'll see what's... I won't make them wait. I usually make them wait. All right, well, y'all keep tapping and share the live, and, appreciate all of you so much.
Let's gather round. It's time to think. Tap that screen on the edge of the brink. Ask those questions you hold inside. Let your tap, 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 tap. Let the questions rise. What is truth behind the skies? Tap, 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 tap. Let's tap that screen, chasing the meaning of what we've seen. Is there a God or something more, knocking gently on heaven's door? Do you believe or do you doubt? Tap it out loud, let's sort it out. Higher powers, fate or chance, is the this world a grand design or random dance? Tap, 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 tap. Let the thoughts run free. What is truth? And what could be? Tap, tap, tap. Let's tap that screen. Searching the spaces in between. Is there a God? Or silent air? Or something listening everywhere? Tap, 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 tap it soft. Don't rush the sky. Questions live where answers lie. Keep on tapping, seek and see. Truth is found in it soft. Don't rush the sky. Questions live where answers lie. Keep on tapping, seek and see. Truth is found in curiosity.
Looks like we have a new guest. Welcome, Batitude. Do you have a belief in a god, gods, higher power, or something like that?
Attitude.
Why did you request a... I think we're Let's get ready to question. 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 Let's get ready to question.
conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question me. Me gustó esa night. Tell me what you really know.答えがあるなら step into the fire show. If you believe it, say it with your chest. If it's really true, then let's do the test. No script, no shield, no borrowed faith, just your own voice in this place. Shinjita mono, can I stand right now? Will it break somehow? If it's real, let it breathe. If it's yours, then speak to me. If you believe in a God, God, or anything like that, and can question that belief, request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Let the whole room shake. Then it will not break. Bring your reason, bring your flame. Say why you believe that name. No hate, no theft, no twisted game. Just come and talk and make your claim. If your faith is strong, it won't run dry. So request up and tell me why. It's real, it's there. Question it, let it live. Show me what you're thinking, yeah. If you believe in a God, gods, or anything like that, and can question that belief, request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Come and say it, please. Who'll tell you up, don't go. Will it stay the same? If you know, then let it show. Speak it now and let it go.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much to Bradge, to Semper, to, I already forgot who else did the songs. I know it was Bradge, Semper, and Bats. That's who we had on that list. Thank you guys so much for helping with those. Those were amazing. I like them. I thought it would get us really moving. It did get us tapping, didn't it? We're already up to 38,000, which is really amazing. Appreciate all you guys tapping the screen and sharing the live. All those 33 shares on help get us out a little more into the algorithm. At least that's the hope, isn't it? I don't know. Should we question that belief? I'd much rather, though, if somebody with a, God or gods or higher power, like the song says, if somebody like that would request up and maybe question that belief, now that would be something. don't know about bring out your believers, but yeah, Sam. I mean, typically I'm looking for someone with a belief in a god or anything like that. But of course, I will end up questioning atheists if they find their way up here, and non-believers, believers in things other than higher power. We do tend to question the gamut of belief, but I prefer to start right there with God or higher power. See where it goes. So, well, bring out your beliefs and bring out your believers are great. I'm curious about those who might, bring out their gods. And if you've got a god to bring out, well, bring it up. And until then, keep tapping the screen, keep sharing the live, and yeah, let's bring out your gods.
There's a cart rolling slow through the edge of town, lantern swinging, no one around, voice like gravel, not too loud. Anyone home? No decree, no list of names, doesn't say what council claims, just a knock and a quiet ask, show me one. Not to take, not to keep, not to argue what you believe, just to see what stands when it's not in your hands. Bring out your God, the ones you say are there. Bring out your gods, set them in the open air. No tricks, no fire, no sleight of hand, just let them stand. Bring out your gods, if they can bear it down. Some bring gold, some bring words, some bring something never heard. Some bring nothing, just a shrug, not sure. Some get angry, shut the door. Some lean closer than before. Some just laugh and say what for. He don't answer, doesn't press, doesn't promise, doesn't bless, just waits a while, then moves along. Bring out your God, or don't, it's all the same. Bring out your God, or keep them in their place. No tally kept, no final call, no win, no loss. Bring out your God, or don't, and that's okay. Someone whispers, what if they fall? Someone else says, what if they don't? Cart just creaks between them both and keeps going. Morning comes, the street's the same. Nothing proven, nothing changed. Just a space where something was or wasn't. Lantern's gone, but not the thought. Not a lesson, not a fault. Just a question left behind. Bring out your God, if you ever feel like it. Bring out your God, sense of something real, not in answers. In the asking.
You took a scripture, snipped it with precision, split the vision, trimmed the tension, kept the benediction, dropped conviction, clipped the curses, kept the verses that confirm your disposition. Now the text is just a mirror with a haloed contradiction, built a deity to fit your needs, edited the edges clean, filed the teeth to fang the scene, softened anything obscene, skipped the wrath but kept the grace, cropped the scars out of the face, turned a warning into wallpaper, framed it just to feel safe. Now the ink don't interrupt you, doesn't press a second guess. You call it truth, you're holding on to truth, don't fold to fit a chest. If it bends at your discretion, it was never truth to test. It's a selection, just as doctrine, just a bias, just a guess. You're quoting fragments, not the fabric, not the full design. Trading spine and stone for slogans, shaving off the sharper lines. Cherry pick the petals, dodge the thorns that intertwine. Loves me, leaves me, flip the meaning every time. If the cannon's cut to comfort, what's the point you're reaching for? If you meet the parts that move you, is it truth or just a core? If the whole is what confronts you, but you only keep the one, you're not reading, you're reforming. You cite a line and sidestep context, carve it out and call it law. Build a throne from borrowed sentences, ignore what came before. Turn a voice into a verdict, turn a letter into lore. Now the messenger's the message and the message gets ignored. Skip the dust, the doubt, the distance, skip the tension in between. Skip the human contradiction, kept it polished, kept it clean. Took the map but burned the margins, lost the legend, lost the key. Now you're lost inside a shortcut, calling that consistency. Every echo sounds like Eden when you only hear your tone. You don't follow revelation, you're just crowning what you've known. If the truth was independent, it would stand against your throne, not collapse into agreement every time you feel alone. You're quoting fragments, not the fabric, not the full design. Trading spine and storm for slogans, shaving off the sharper lines. Cherry pick the petals, dodge the thorns that intertwine. Loves me, leaves me, flip the meaning every time. If the cannon's cut to comfort, what's the point you're reaching for? If you mute the parts that move you, is it truth or just a core? If the whole is what confronts you, but you only keep the one, you're not reading, you're reforming. Drop the curate canon, paste the pattern, call it plan. Skip the static, skip the famine, keep the feast, erase the band. The truth, proof, the proof, truth reduced to something smooth. If it never bruises you, it was never really true. Tick, tick, tailor text, bend the blade until it rests. If it never cuts your chest, you just kept what fit you best. Coding fragments, not the fabric, not the full design. Turning death into taught it sacred, called a sign. Locked it tight and said it's always been mine. But if the truth is truly living, it won't shrink beneath your hand. It will press against your edits, it will break what you had planned. And the parts you tried to bury will demand to understand. You don't own it, you withstand it. So take the text and drink on temper, let it fracture what you've known. Let it challenge every comfort, let it cut you to the bone. Truth ain't stitched from chosen shreds you happen to condone. It's the wound and it's the hole.
Ask me your questions, I'm ready, I'm here. My faith can't be shaken, but I'm quaking with fear. I believe in a God, I've read the text, but it's a bit muddy, never studied for this test. I was raised to believe it, no reason to doubt, and I've never questioned what the lesson's about. I believe it happened because the word says it did. I thought I answered why, but let me try again. Did I answer the question right? I Did answer the question right. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without end. What was the question again? I believe there's a reason for suffering. I understand that the plan's still buffering. The written word infallible because it was inspired. And the truth is I'm still lucid, but I'm getting tired. Contradictions don't matter if you let it bend. The literature is literal from a figurative lens. The proof is all around us, there's no need to explain. I'm misplacing my faith, give me space to refrain. Did I answer the question right? Right? I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without end. What was the question again? I'm sorry, let me stay. I can answer, no, stop, wait. I can answer that question, that's the end of the line. If I keep pulling the strings, it all starts to unwind. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point when the answer's unclear. You weren't trying to sway me, you only asked why my faith is all scripted, but the ink's running dry. Without it, what was the answer again?
Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Morgan Le Fay, Ketchup, and Mustard. Thank you guys so much for those songs. You guys are amazing. And, well, I mean, we've played a lot of songs, and that's great. This is a wonderful community where you guys make some amazing tunes. But where are the believers? Is there anybody left out there with a belief in a God or anything like it? Oh, we got Sam, though. Hello, Sam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Maybe Sam didn't mean to be here. Let's see. Teacup usually means trying to find a way out. I'll set you down, Sam, and if you meant to be here, go ahead and request back up. But if you've got a belief in, something godlike or, I don't know, anything like that, there's a button. There's 6 of them, really. And all of them will help you get your way up here. Oh, and there's the pink and blue people down there next to the chat box. Those work pretty well, too. So if you've got, a belief in God or higher powers, and you can question it, well, why haven't you already requested I hear was shake me to my core. That's all you heard? Uh-oh. Who's being shaken? Oh, you mean the people who are afraid they're shaken by the questions? Yeah. I mean, something's deterring all the believers from questioning beliefs. Can't be sure what it is, but there we go. Welcome back, YouTube. Hopefully everything stays steady over there. Shaken, not stirred. I don't know if someone's stirred by the questions. Is that as bad? Have you been stirred by questions before? I've used a lot of descriptions for questions. That question was chilling. That was a haunting one, or that was a powerful question. I don't know if I can think of a stirring question, but now I want to. Ketchup's asking if it was a dream that I blinked. I don't know. Not sure what blinking would look like. What is it? I mean, if you blink and your eyes are closed while you're looking at yourself in the mirror, how would you know you blinked? I guess unless you see your eyelids closed. What if you don't have eyelids, though? Would you notice the blink? Nihilium. It's been 9 months. Oh, it's been like months. I thought it said 9. I should really read first. It's been like months. Well, I don't know how many months. Were you questioned? Did you question? Did you find out you could question or that you couldn't? Was there more questioning for you? A name like that, I imagine nihilism. So, is that something you question? Ketchup's questioning everything, apparently. Not sure why. But if anybody just joining us has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning, if you're curious enough or courageous enough, and you feel like you're coherent enough, then go ahead and request up. Avatar, what a great question. Are beliefs protecting you or limiting you? Great question. Can I wink? I don't think I can. is with the fixation on my non-existent eyelids? Where are the believers? Oh, a sleepy Hazel promises to come up soon unless fates decide you sleep. What are the fates? Is it fate deciding, or is it you? Or was there a decision made at all? Did anything ever really decide? Or did you just do? I didn't say that, Hazel. Why should it be that? The occurrence of some happening. Does the quantification of an antecedent remove the meaning of a moment? Why should it? So if the meaning is given, then where did that giving come from? Meanwhile, in the mean streets of Mini-Face Town, a hero emerges. Why are heroes emerging? That's a good question, Ketchup, since Hazel failed to use punctuation. Well, thanks for the reassurance, Kamikaze. In the many worlds theory, there are believers questioning their beliefs on the panel right now. Just not here. I wonder how questionable the beliefs would be. Oops. lose the list. Oh no. Well, let's fix that. Thank you so much to Kamikaze co-pilots, also to Hannah. Thank you, Karu. Thank you so much to Ketchup. And I'm pretty sure I saw another name in there. Tide of Silence. Thank you guys so much. Oh, and Philly in Good Faith. You guys are amazing. Thank you for helping with the goal. Really appreciate all of you. And of course, thank you also to Ketchup for helping me with the catch up with that one rose there that I. Thank you guys. And if there is anybody in here with a belief in a god, or gods, or higher powers, or yetis, or mermaids, Sasquatch, alien, I don't know, anything like that, Mothmen, psychic powers, was it machine elves, what else? Believe in leprechauns or fairies or jinn, or maybe you believe in demons. If you have some kind of belief in anything like that, then you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request out. What the hotelly? Why do you believe in aliens, host? I don't recall saying that I did, but I don't know that I don't. When you say aliens, are you talking about aliens like existing out somewhere in the, some other life form of some kind, or sentient, interacting beings that are visiting our planet? Which kind of alien belief? Because maybe, most likely, somewhere out there, there's something alive that is different or even similar to things we have here. I don't know. I could imagine something must, with all that space. And why wouldn't there be? I think in the vastness of all that is, if life can form, then why wouldn't it? Not quite, the hotelly. I didn't say I did or didn't. Hello, Marv. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I believe there is a higher power out there, but I don't think it's anything like Christian belief or anything like that. Like, I think it's all of a self kind of thing.
Oh, what? Did you say soul?
Kind of look like the Crypt Keeper.
Okay, but what did you say? Did you say it's a soul kind of thing?
I think it's like a self-realization kind of thing, like
self-realization.
Yeah, like God is in yourself. Once once you truly believe in yourself and you believe your beliefs, you become godlike.
Uh,
Once you truly
Marv,
believe,
Marv, Marv, are you drunk?
yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna move on.
Don't.
Yeah, I did. I did. And if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're not drunk out of your mind, then go ahead and request up. I'm here for coherent conversations with those who can capably question their beliefs, not not for well, being drunkenly slobbered on. I'd much rather have any other kind of conversation. It does seem to be the trend this evening, catch up, and I don't know, it's a Saturday. Maybe I should slack up just a little bit and let the drunks blather a bit. I just don't find it in any way compelling or amusing. I feel it exploitative more than anything, and I'm not interested in that. But I can question that. That's what I'm doing right now. Maybe I should let a drunk blather a bit, question him, and point out the circularity before dropping him rather than just let him drop because his speech is slurred and his thoughts are incoherent. Mm-hmm. I don't know about truth in wine, but there's a loss of inhibition, if that's what you mean. That definitely happens. And perhaps there's some, I don't know, grace to be given, but drunk is drunk. I should probably make some, I don't know, greater effort to carnival bark segues and just keep rambling until some believer hears something in my questions, in my challenge, that sparks them to request up. But I don't know, just talking about it seemed to have worked. So let's see if our next guest can question their beliefs. Hello, Serial. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, I see. Insta teacup, usually. Oh, I guess you are here.
Yeah.
Can I
It says
get your age?
22. I'm 22.
What year were you born?
2003. December.
Do you have belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Ew, man.
What?
Yeah, I do, man. Do you question any other belief besides maybe a god? Just wondering.
Whatever belief they bring up. But here you said you do believe in a god. Which god do you believe in?
Believe in God, believe in Jesus, man. But can we get a different
Are you
topic?
drunk?
Maybe a different. Nah, I'm just in my car right now.
Okay. if you're actually interested in having a conversation where we question your beliefs on the topic of the live, then you're welcome to request back up. But if you're just gonna kind of be obnoxious and in your car, I don't know. If you just want to come up and tell me to talk about what you want to talk about, then I'm gonna wait for someone who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs. Hello, pagan priest. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Pagan priest. Richard, did you mean to join us? Richard going once? Oh. Once was enough. I think he was asleep. If you weren't, feel free to request back up, but yeah. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning it, go ahead and request up. That's the conversation I'm looking for. Not an argument, not a debate. Not here to burgle your god or steal your faith. I just want to know if questioning is a thing that you can even do. And if you can, well then I, and maybe a few others, might come up with some questions for you. But first you've got to hit one of those boxes right there. Just tap one and I'll bring you up. Or you can hit the pink and blue people down there next to your chat box. And we'll bring you right up and, question the beliefs that you believe that you can question. The ones about gods and where things come from. The ones about creators or, supernatural entities, other realms. I'm not sure who you're talking about, Hotelli, and I think you mean women, or woman, if they were on this panel anyways. A comic of Bigfoot walking out of a shoe store angry. I haven't spoken to a Bigfoot believer in a long time. As a matter of fact, Bigfoot used to be the metaphor I would use when we were going off far afield. People would come up and believe in, wild things off the wall, but I wanted to question their God. And so, when Bigfoot or aliens or flat Earth came up, I always said, nope, let's not pull over for the Sasquatch. Let's keep questioning this. Now we often pull over for the Sasquatch. Question it too. But I haven't seen one in a while. No one here has come up with a Sasquatch to question. A Yeti, a Bigfoot. Do you think AI will be considered a god soon if they are all-knowing? might already consider it. Nice, Toaster. Hasn't seen anyone come up for Bigfoot beliefs. At least not Yeti. The most interesting belief I've encountered. I mean, there was that guy once who described his idealism as Jesus in a coma, dreaming the world. Like God made Jesus, and Jesus was in a coma, and in the coma, Jesus dreamt this godless world. So he believed there was no God interacting here, but that it was dreamt by Jesus. Strange. Right, whose coma is God in is a great question. Yeah, it's pretty wild, Medusa. They've been wilder. I just can't think of them as detailed off the top of my head. But I remember that one. We questioned him multiple times. Jesus, coma Christ, right? Yeah, it was all waiting to culminate in the day that Jesus awakes and realizes a real world in which I guess there will all be reborn or something. Somehow, that doesn't make any sense how Jesus' coma dream characters get to be real boys and girls. Didn't see how that one was going to play out. Ariel says, who created you? Well, I have no idea. I mean, my parents, of course, but unless you mean something else by created. Hello, Steve. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I will be 48 this year.
Well, happy birthday. Can I get you, well, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
So I do have a belief in gods. I am a Christian. I used to be an atheist.
You say you believe in gods, plural?
Sure. Why not?
I'm not here to tell you why not, but I'm curious, You say gods. Which gods do you believe in?
Well, it's a belief that people become gods in some way. So much, if you got enough worshippers believing in you, then you probably deserve to be a god, right?
What? Why would you deserve to be a god?
You got people praying to you, right? So,
What does that have to do with deserving? What does that mean?
I mean, it's a love thing. If someone loves you, you have enough people loving you, that makes you a deity of some sort. I would assume. Why not?
Why do you assume?
It just feels
Is it
good.
because you're drunk?
I would not say I'm drunk. No.
Fascinating.
But I like it. It feels good to me, so it's good.
You wouldn't say you're drunk, but you've been drinking.
Of course.
Yeah. You wouldn't say you're drunk. I think I would. If anybody's got a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're not drunk, and you're not drunk, and you're not fucking drunk, go ahead and request up. What the fuck? Everybody gets drunk and wants to have existential conversations that they can't even coherently carry on. Why would you do that? Why would you do that on a public platform? Could have been a great conversation. Maybe for you, maybe you would feel that way while you were drunkenly rambling in nonsensical circles, but I'm not interested. I don't know about great. It would have been amusing for everybody else to listen to you incoherently blather and not question your beliefs. You don't feel anything. What does that mean? I think I feel plenty. Is that a question? I'm going to clear the queue because this guest came up sleeping earlier. But if you did mean to be here and you're awake, go ahead and request up. Also, if you've got a belief in a god or god's higher power and you're just joining us, well, I'm not here for some kind of debate or some kind of argument. I'm not here to be a stage for drunken soliloquies. I really am just here to see if you can question your belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that. Not to take it from you, not to prove you wrong, just to see if you actually can question it. Yep, that's exactly how a drunk person would say something, Stephen. That is what I mean. You spelled every word in that sentence right, and yet it reads like you're slurring. Well, there we go. Looks like you might be awake. Let's give him another shot. Hello, pagan priest Richard. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, Kamikaze, he's still asleep. I mean, unless he's not asleep. If he's not asleep, I'm gonna have him type in the chat before I accept another request. That's twice you come up and just kind of snort it in our ears. And the third time you're requesting again already. If you actually are awake, coherent, and, capable of forming complete sentences, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here for any kind of contentious conversation. I'm not here for any kind of fight. See, I'd wonder the same thing, Metallic. Once, that's fine. Sleepers do roll over on their phone, find their way on the panel. Twice. Yeah, maybe. They're laying on it 3 times. It's a bit excessive. Seems deliberate. Wow, Ariel. Are you threatening people in chat? That's a very strange statement you're making. I see. Well, Ariel, you can be making threatening promises somewhere else. I'd recommend if anybody does decide to report that person, do it from their profile. Not from the live. Yep, we don't tolerate threats in this chat. Saturdays are abysmal, Kamikaze. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes we have really, really great conversations with people who are not slobberingly drunk. Sometimes. And then sometimes we get whatever the fuck that was. Hello, Valen. Did you mean to be here? Valen, are you there? Gonna guess he didn't mean to be here. If you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and, box, request, pink, blue, people, press, tap, words, questions, things. It kind of is, Medusa. The responses are wildly different, and some people are really agitated by a question just like this. Can you question your beliefs? That alone brings out some of the rage that I'll never understand. That's an interesting self-assessment there, Stephen. I don't recall saying you weren't being respectful, but I would wonder how respectful it is to, jump up on a panel drunk when someone's repeatedly said that they're not interested in talking to drunks. But maybe you missed that before you did. Now you know, and appreciate you being respectful otherwise, I guess. But drunk is, not going to get us anywhere. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods and can soberly, or at least coherently, question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to argue, not looking to debate. That's, I guess good for you, Stephen. Something you should probably question. Oh, Arya, Alicia, I don't even know how to begin. I don't think I've had a sober guest. I'm not even looking for sober, at least lucid. I haven't had that all night. One drunk after another. For, what are we up to? Nearly 2 hours. 2 hours of drunk after drunk after drunk. We had a good 20-minute song break there. That was neat. At least there's some entertainment. The music, yeah. The music is the entertainment. Based on the time of day, I'm going to guess this is a sleep request, but if it's not, go ahead and throw one in chat just to make sure. Or something, raise your hand. Otherwise, I'm going to clear the queue just to be sure. But I would not mind questioning you at all if you're awake. But if you did, of course, you are always welcome to request again, and I will question you. But I think you're sleeping. known sleepers. Watch, that would have been the most coherent conversation the whole night. And I skipped it. We do persevere, Medusa. We will continue. Well, it seems the lullabies have started on the playlist. Metallic, this is probably when most of our sleepers will drift off. Only to be rudely awakened by some loud, screaming guest who can't control themselves. Hopefully that doesn't happen. It's not about the loudness of your voice, Stephen. It's about the incoherency of the conversation when a drunk person is trying to question something that they might have some reason to defend. It's about the fact that drunkenness, while questioning beliefs, usually leads to some kind of anger or oversharing, emotional non-coherency that I would much rather avoid. You can say that, but it may not even have to go that far. Just the nonsense is enough. Exactly, butthole. Drunks push boundaries. They can't seem to understand self-control. It's repulsive. I'm not interested in being repulsed by someone I'm trying to question politely. Toaster says every name you can think of is just a series of noises you make to get a specific person's attention. Interesting. Isn't that kind of like all language, series of noises we make to convey an idea, to understand and try to affect some kind of change? We're just making mouth noises. Yeah. But we seem to understand a lot of them, have a lot of them in common. Interesting. Well, welcome in to anybody else who is just joining us. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to debate. I'm not looking to argue or tear down. I'm not looking to destroy your faith or burgle your gods. I'm not even looking to make you look like a fool. I'd actually like to avoid that if at all possible. If you, don't just make a run for looking as foolish as you can right off the bat, then, But if you do have a belief and you can behave in a civilized manner, or at least coherent, cordial one, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to please don't be drunk. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're drunk. I'm not bringing you up. Yes, Hazelnut, literally, all of them have been drunk. Every single one. Unless you watch back and catch one I didn't. Maybe there was one that wasn't. Kevin, it's Saturday night. You have never been on my panel not drunk. If you are not drunk tonight, then I'm still not sure I want to talk to you. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being, barely, and 10 being completely, how drunk are you, Kevin? Yeah, 6.5. So we can probably assume that's actually about an 8 right now. And he didn't even notice that I didn't give him a 0 option. I'm not interested in talking stuff with drunk people. Certainly seems like the boundaries are being pressed repeatedly tonight. does feel gross, Medusa. They don't even realize how gross it seems, but one after another, slobbering drunk, slobbering all over everything, forcefully pushing as though we have to submit to their drunken wills. How fucking disgusting. Grow up. Learn self-control and quit forcing yourself on other people. Kevin, you have been here so many times. You actually do have a band account on this live, don't you? Your other one can't make it in here because you've come in drunk so many times, knowing that I'm not interested in talking to a drunk who forces himself upon people. I find it fucking disgusting. You disgust me. Don't come back. Fuck off. That's gross. Is discussion about belief a luxury? That's a great question, Hazel. It shouldn't be. Do I treat it like one by gatekeeping the people with no self-control? I know that's not what you're asking. Do I treat it like a luxury in any way? Map, gas, torches, perfect toaster. I don't need to breathe fire. Is it inherently I see. Inherently a luxury to question beliefs. I don't know about luxury. Is it a... Maybe. It shouldn't be. Right. But why don't we all get to? What prevents us from questioning our beliefs? Hello, Maya. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 43.
Did you say
Hello.
43?
I just said,
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
of course, my God is my God. I follow him. Anyway,
I cannot hear you at all. You're very muffled. Are you covering the microphone with your finger?
no. I'm just keeping it out. Do you hear me now?
I think I do. So, did you
No.
say you do have a belief in a god?
I have my God. My God is everything.
Which god is
Everything.
that?
The Almighty.
Is that a particular almighty? I've heard many gods referred to as almighty.
Well, I'm Jewish, so I'm truly believer. I'm a Jewish Israeli soldier, so I don't have nothing to believe beside of God. And I go with my gun. I believe in God. Get it? Good.
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs, Maya?
Of course. I
What
question
does
a
that
lot.
mean?
That I question a lot. I shake the how do you say? I shake the board. You know? And he showed me. Don't shake the board. You
You're
better
just saying you shake the board.
Yeah.
Are you drunk,
Yeah.
Maya?
No. It's morning.
That doesn't seem to stop some people.
So don't stop. Why will you say that?
You seem to be having difficulty. It might be your microphone, but it's difficult to understand you.
Maybe I'm high, but not drunk.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
And when I
I like
said,
my
are you capable?
green.
I'm sorry, what was
And
that?
stop being so formal, fucking A. Relax.
Okay,
You're not God.
goodbye. I'm actually not interested in having somebody just kind of yell at me, so you can fuck off my panel. Respectfully. Yep, that's what happens. If you can't behave like an adult, well, then you don't get to be on a panel. The drunks were better behaved. Well, at least some of them. Oh, definitely, Charlie. And, yeah. It wasn't a garden party. Something. Something a bit stronger than that. Elena, well, we don't appreciate preaching in the chat, if that's what that is. Well, what the fuck is meowism? And why would anybody want to believe in that? And if you're lucid enough and, I don't know, serious enough to question whatever your actual belief is, go ahead and request out. That'd be really awesome if somebody with a belief in something that they could coherently question would find their way to this panel instead of some slobbering, angry, inebriated. I'm not going to finish that. I don't know, Charlie. It's possible that we've had, drunken sleep talkers before. I know Hazelnut was definitely sleepy earlier. How are you doing, Hazel?
I'm awake, and I'm not that sleepy anymore. But also, you looked very lonely, and you were so many drunk people. So many drunk people.
Many. It has been going on, 2.5 hours of drunk.
Many drunk people. I mean, it is the hour of the drunk people, I guess.
So many drunks.
They're all gonna pass out soon. It's okay.
You realize that time zones are sequential around the world.
I understand that, yeah. 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 Unfortunate for us, I guess.
Sometimes, Mrs. JJ. But I do prefer, some coherency in the conversation. Well, that hasn't been present tonight.
Why was your first instinct when I asked if discussions about belief were a luxury that you were a gatekeeper?
Because I had just removed a drunk.
That's interesting. My perspective was not like I was looking at the perspective of somebody who is unable to have the conversation, and people who are able, it is a luxury. It is a privilege to be able to coherently discuss these things.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I check myself. And so your question, though it didn't seem intended that way, did give me pause, make me check myself.
That's always a good thing to do, I think.
I hope so. I don't know. I should question that too.
How does one check a self? What is a self, Thrayle?
Now, that's a good question. Is it our identity? Or something else? I think Jimmy says it's the story that we create about who we are.
Which is the
Probably.
truth that we create about who we are?
Say that again.
Which is being defined by this? Which word?
Oh, the self.
Okay, the self is the stories we create.
About who we are. And I might be misquoting him there at the end. But yeah, something like that. That's the effect. It's the story we create about ourselves. But that uses self, so.
Is it separate to identity? Like what's the difference? What are the differences between identity and self?
I don't know. I genuinely don't. I think maybe
Well, that's fair.
maybe it's all about stories we tell ourselves. The way we relate ourselves to ourselves, I think, is what I said for identity.
And I just let you use the word self. Like, I didn't make you define it. So now, do you agree with Jimmy's definition, or do you need a different definition?
I don't know if I agree. It fits, but it also kind of means the same as the identity thing, the way we relate. What we are, who we are, to the what we are. How we understand.
Well, you said. You said that self is, or Jimmy said that self is the stories we tell ourselves about, the stories of our experiences we tell ourselves. And you said self is the self, the way we tell ourselves? What did you say?
It was identity. Identity was the way a thing relates itself to itself.
The way a thing, there are many ways that it can relate, and is defining self through stories a way that you can identify yourself.
I don't know. What result would that lead to?
I'm just trying to examine the differences still. I don't see any yet, in my perspective. Like between identity itself. Is one not determined by the haver of that? Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Is self or identity ever given to you or bestowed upon you? Maybe not by a being, but by an external factor?
I can imagine it might be. Could be. I don't know, though.
That's fair. Me neither. I don't know.
Good question. Really good question.
And if you have good questions, or believe in a god or goddess and would like to question your beliefs and be respectful and not debate, there's plenty of boxes to get questioned by me and Thrayle. But sorry, Thrayle, I cut you off to ask for a believer. But what were you going to say?
I was just going to point out that your question was really good, and I was going to keep pondering it.
Okay. Yeah, please continue. Have you pondered any of my previous questions and have any updates? Not that I have any specifics, but you always say you're going to ponder, so now I'm curious as to which ones you've actually pondered.
There was one you asked me yesterday about more than one identity, more than one self.
Yes, I do recall. How have you pondered?
How have I pondered? I wonder about the if there is that kind of multiplicity in everyone, or at least in me, I do wonder if there is multiple selves that stories that I tell myself of who I am in various settings around, perhaps in different company. Am I a different self? I don't know. I try to think that I am myself wherever I am, but wouldn't that be true either way?
Do you have feelings of ever not feeling like yourself?
I have before. Definitely.
It's I have thoughts. I think continue to ponder. There's many ways that selves can be multiple. Do you feel there are is it important to identify different selves with different stories or memories? I would maybe call it. What do you mean by stories? I should ask you. What do you mean by stories?
I was using Jimmy's metaphor.
Okay. But still, what does that mean to you? Like the stories part.
Well, like you were asking, the memories, the identity, the name, the labels. Some might call them the boxes. Those categories.
How separate are these selves? And do they continue to exist even if they're not, I don't know a better word, but like present
If I'm not in that circumstance.
in that self? Yeah. If you are not that self, what
I would think
are
they
they?
do. I think they all persist. They always exist as me. In me, I am. I don't know if there's an an off switch for parts of self. Is that something that I would even want?
I feel like there is, but that's my circumstance.
Is it voluntary?
No, not necessarily. I guess it's on a switch. Is yours voluntary?
I think. I don't know.
Is that something you could theoretically test?
To voluntarily turn off parts of self.
To become aware of when you are a self, and then if that is a choice or a result of circumstance.
Seems something to be aware of, at least.
I feel like it would be easier to be aware of it if it's a choice. If it's not as easily aware, it's the latter.
If I'm aware of it, who's aware of it?
The you that you are currently, but that I I don't know who that is. You know, that would be. I'm sure you know, but there's many possibilities. Not Kira peeking in the comments. Look at her.
Right, well, I mean, if she came in on my question, it was probably like, what the fuck? If
No,
I'm
for
aware,
real.
who's aware? It had to sound like nonsense without any context.
Does it matter to you if you have many selves or not?
If I'm aware of it, then I don't know if it does. I mean, maybe it's something I should be. Does it matter? It might for how it affects others. If it has an effect in any way, I think it should matter a bit.
Do you think there is a different effect from one self to multiple selves on others? Or is it just the same?
do you mean?
Like if you have a self, a single self, that maybe changes based on whatever circumstance, but you're still that self, does that not affect people the same as you having many selves? How does it affect people differently? Why would that make it matter? You're always going to affect people. How is it different?
I think that's a good point. I don't know that it is. So identifying the parts of self or the whole might be useful then, meaningful then, because whether or not it's many or one, it's how you are going to interact and be seen and be effective in the world.
Mm-hmm. I mean, really, it's still you, like you said before, regardless if it's a self or whatever self is. But yeah, if you have many, good luck. Sorry.
I don't know that I have many. I wondered, based on your question, if it is multiple selves or if it is a self with multiple facets.
Those are both possible. I mean, that's something to wonder. I would. Mm-hmm.
I wonder how illusion breaking this will be, but I wonder sometimes how different this present itself really is from myself.
The fourth wall, I see. Well, how it's that's a hard question to think about for yourself. But as someone who sees parts of you that aren't necessarily on the live all the time, I don't know. I think we all have a little bit of showmanship on the live, especially how expressive you are with those bones. But the personality, the questioning, that's pretty consistent. You're normally sleeping, I will say. You don't sleep here. I mean, you barely sleep there, too, so.
No, at least I'm consistent.
Very consistent. Does that answer your question a little bit from the outside perspective? I don't know. You'd have to consider. your different selves. Because I think there's more than what I've seen, of course. But yeah, I think it's a good question to ask if it's just different facets of the same self or different selves. Kara wants to know, what is the self?
Well, I kind of avoided answering that by using Jimmy's analogy of a story that we tell ourselves about who we are. But I don't know if that's really what the self is.
I don't think it can be because it uses the word, like you
Self.
said. Yeah.
Well, a story that we tell, a story we compile in our brains that identifies us. But is that what a self really is?
I don't know if it needs to be a story. I think a story is an eloquent way of forming a self, but I feel like some people may just have bullet points or scatter charts or spreadsheets.
Kira asks if the self is how we view us, how can there be more than one? I guess that was kind of the heart of the question is, can we view ourselves in different ways? And if we do, is that a new self, another self, or a facet of the self?
And my question would also be, who is the we that is viewing it?
You're all right, Kira. I don't mind going over some of these again. Also is helping us kind of clarify where we've been.
You're asking the worst person about this, by the way. Like, can we get someone who's a little bit? It's like when I went to Kat for asking if I was real. You know, like I don't. Self is like
Is it like
not.
coming to me to gain certainty?
Yes, exactly. A little bit. Coming to me and being like, "Do I have many parts?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I do. Do you too? Maybe." That's what it feels like. I don't know. It's hard to analyze. It's a feeling, but then I hate when things are based on feeling.
I like Kira's. Different people might perceive her in different ways, but they get a facet of the self, of a self, one.
Is
So I
that
wonder if
facet of self accurate though? Or is that just their perception? And is that the parts of yourself that you were thinking about, Thrayle?
kind of, maybe, I think, or the facets, I wonder, kind of your other question, are we aware of what facet we're presenting, or do they just get what they want, find, see? Can we shape that facet, or is the facet just what's left in their grasp?
See, Kira, I was kind of gonna say the opposite. I think it is pretty. I think it's pretty possible to shape what people view you as. I don't know. I think that their perception is always going to like override what you want them to think. There's no way to control what people think, but you are presenting something, and you can always withhold a lot. I'm convinced that I know how people think, how people view me, but I'm always wrong. Normally. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm right. What's my odds lately, Thrayle? Like, always correct? I don't remember.
Why would always correct be the assumption?
The assumption? No, I didn't say assumption. I said, what's the data? And lately, I've been right a lot. So.
Right, that was why. So you're saying always right?
Sure.
Or just sometimes right now after being wrong a lot?
I think what is wrong?
I think we're going to get back to self. Hello, Kira.
Hello. I had a lot to type and I realized that it's super inefficient for me to do so when I can just sit here and talk to you guys.
I don't remember the last time you've been on a Question the Questioner.
Because I refuse to play with you, Vafthrutnir, the riddle weaver. I will not get any answers and I know this. But I will take part in this conversation because I think it's fun. But like, okay, so when we're talking about the facets of the self, there are things that I can present to a crowd of people, right? Like, so like tonight, I was at a bar, I was running music bingo, I'm an entertainer. They can see a piece of me. What I'm presenting is not fake. I guess you could say it's a mask, but I don't think it's that, because they're getting a real piece of me, but it's a very limited piece of me. There's no vulnerability. There's no depth to it. I am making you smile and laugh, and I'm being super fun, super social butterfly. They're getting a piece. Even then, though, even when I am controlling what they get to see, how they take it in, how they perceive me is out of my control. And so even the facets that I introduce to these people, that's just a minimal piece of me, can be interpreted in any way. That's out of my control. You know what I mean? So like, I really can't control how anyone would perceive me, how anybody would receive what they are given. If that makes sense. And so like, that's why I fuck with the idea of the facets of the self, because it's not fake. It is me, you know? But even then I have no control. There are people who are going to love it, and there are people who are like, this chick is obnoxious. This is wild. I don't want to be here. You know, or think that I am not being genuine, or whatever that is, whatever they think. That's none of my business. That's their reception. I can't control that.
Are the facets of yourself a conscious choice you make?
Sometimes.
Based on the situations you're in?
Yeah, sometimes. Because like when I am doing, so I say sometimes because when I am doing the entertainer thing, that is 100%, even if I'm feeling sick, even if I'm feeling tired, I'm there to do my job. And so they get to see the entertainer. We can label that the entertainer TM. That is the piece of myself that I am portraying. They don't get to see the sick. They don't get to see the tired. They don't get to see what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on in my home life. It's still me, but they see no depth, you know? And so there is a choice there. When I'm not playing the entertainer, even when I'm in social spaces where I feel safer, I might not feel so safe to share the most intimate parts of my life. I might feel like I can share a piece of it, but I'm not going to get too deep. You know, like, so there are choices that I make to reveal a part of self. But I don't have a choice in what they receive and how they see me, you know?
Do you think like the differences between yourselves that you're portraying or the facets of self is the levels of intimacy? That's kind of what I'm hearing. Is
I
that
think so. I think so. Because there are people that I know that I'm safe with, and I can tell them everything. I can share my most vulnerable pieces. I can share my weird thoughts that I know nobody else is going to want to hear. You know, when it comes to any relationship, really, like my relationship with my mom, I can share different things with her than I would share with my father or with my husband or with my kids, with my friends. All of it's real. All of it's me. It's just different pieces that are shared because of the environment, because of how I know it will be received, because of how safe I feel.
when are you your most self? Like
When I'm by
most.
myself. When it's just me existing, you know,
Yeah.
I don't have to mask for myself. I couldn't. I don't think I could. Well, actually, no, I take that back because there are lies that I tell myself too. But, you know, if you force yourself to be honest and uncomfortable, you'll learn a lot about yourself. I don't think that anybody ever gets the fullness of who I am or who anybody is. Only I know that. I think that that's probably true for everybody.
Does your self change over time into something completely different? Or just grow?
Everyone. Yeah, I think that everyone is always evolving. Every new piece of information that you get can shift you. A song that you hear can shift your entire mindset and how you view the world. I can hear a good speech and be like, holy fucking shit, the blinders are lifted. You know what I mean? Or, and that could be for the positive or for the negative. Like, now I'm much more jaded than I was, or now I'm much more hopeful than I was. Like, I think we're always evolving with every new piece of information, every new relationship we make, every new song we hear, every new news story we read. Like, even as you're mindlessly scrolling through things, you're receiving input and shifting the way that you view the world or yourself or interact. Like, humans are not stagnant creatures. So I think that we're always changing who we are.
I think that's a good thing.
I think so too. Imagine, and I've done this myself, receiving new information and being resistant to it and not growing because of the discomfort, and we avoid it. You know, it's who is that serving? We kind of get like wrapped up in the self at that point. I think that that's what people mean when they say like wrapped up in ego, where we're adhering to this idea of self rather than just being. That adherence to something that's not natural, I feel like that's not a good thing. That's the fucking sunk cost fallacy. You know what I mean? Like, we've invested in this idea or we've invested in this picture or image and we refuse to move. That's unhealthy.
I think, I think from my experience in that struggle, it's the idea that there is an ideal self that you can achieve to
Oh,
become.
what
And yeah,
what makes you believe in the ideal self?
I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't, but I, I want to. I
Why?
perfectionism. I feel like all problems would be gone if I was my ideal self and I could handle each situation.
What is ideal?
What is ideal? Adaptability, um, feeling safe, a lot of things,
Yeah.
too many things,
But I mean, these are attainable.
for sure. I don't think any of the things in my ideal self are unobtainable.
I guess what is perfect Like what how can you be perfect in an ever evolving world?
I can't. It's unachievable. It's an unachievable expectation on myself.
So why would you try to like seek that or find that or try to attain that? That's a recipe for self-loathing and self-critique to an unhealthy level. You know, that's not real.
Yeah. I think it's just, it's not necessarily something that has been a choice previously. And it's taking learning about critical thinking and recognizing it as not beneficial necessarily.
What prevents you from giving yourself grace?
The self-loathing that comes with perfectionism.
Even though you know it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you know it's not attainable.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the block?
Where's the block? I don't, probably in the self-belief, in the like, because there is the ideal self in my brain and that is unachievable. I am never good enough. So that is the block.
That's not okay.
I know that's a problem. And that's
No,
okay.
no, I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying if you know that the ideal self isn't real, that is unattainable because it's not, that's not a part of reality. Why would you hold yourself to an unreal standard? Why would you, because you wouldn't do it for anybody else.
No.
You would recognize their humanity, right?
Yes.
And that isn't reality. So why would you hold yourself to that standard? That's fair. You've been talking to Kat. I get it.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, I just don't know what reality is. I feel like, I wonder if my personal experience of having many selves makes me think there is a perfect one. Like,
do you really think so, or do you want there to be a perfect one?
Yeah, I do want.
Why?
Because I think it'd make life easier if there was one self that could handle it all.
But you do handle it all.
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Goal achieved. Wonderful. Check. Signed, sealed, delivered. You do handle it all. You are doing it. You are. So are you the ideal self? Like, what do you mean?
Sure.
You are doing it. You are adaptable. You are taking life as it comes. You are moving with the flow of life. Like you fucking get it. Are you supposed to be flawless? Like I don't know, man. Because you're doing it.
I'm bad at these things. Thank you, Kim.
I don't think you're bad at it at all. I think you're being really fucking hard on yourself for no reason.
No, it's kind of my thing.
This was unexpected, and Hazel doesn't know how to respond.
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't. No, you don't apologize. It's great. I just don't. Yeah. Thanks. I'll process.
You're doing it. You're doing good.
You're doing great, sweetie.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
We do have a new guest joining us. Nils, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Nils Iron Wolf, did you mean to join us? You are muted at the moment, so you'll need to... There you go. You'll need to unmute.
I saw Kira's in here, so I know she's giving great wisdom right now.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, sis?
We're questioning some beliefs. Are you ready?
Always.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am actually, I'll be 47 in August.
Happy birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Of course, I've been a Norse pagan for 37 years.
And when you say you're a Norse pagan, do you believe the Norse deities exist?
Yes, I believe in the Old Norse gods.
In what way do they exist?
So our family is a little bit different. We're taught everything, and then due to free will, we are able to choose what belief that we want. So just so happens that I believe in the old gods and married to a Christian. So our holidays are awesome.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear my question, though?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so in what way do the gods exist?
I've seen them. I've seen the power of the gods throughout my life. I won't necessarily say blessings, but I've seen the fate that has happened between these gods, the power of these gods that have existed, how they've interacted personally between my life and with others, and their purpose cross creation. That is the only way I can describe it.
So I'm not quite following in what way you say the gods exist. You say that they...
There's different like personal interactions that I've had with the gods, and then there's ways that
When
I've
you say personal interaction, what do you mean by a personal interaction with a god?
whether it's a personal response or a message or a sign from these gods.
So when I asked in what way they exist, you were saying that you receive messages or signs.
Yes. So between their individual powers and between the very tight relationship with Thor that I've had over the past 3 decades, man, it's very personal. I don't think I've ever told anyone on TikTok this or any time outside of personal conversation, but just sharing certain things, when Odin's son has come through, has traveled through the area, sharing just a mug of ale with him to.
So I'm sorry, you said you shared a mug of ale with Odin?
No, with Thor.
With Thor?
Yes, which many people misconstrue Thor with certain things. So
when you say you shared a mug of ale with Thor,
yes,
there was a physical person there.
There was a storm of lightning. Actually, I have a very good story about the Allfather.
Let me just stop you here, Nils. Just to make sure we don't go too far afield. What we're doing here is seeing if you can question your beliefs.
I have.
Now, to clarify, we're not trying to like rob you of your beliefs or prove you wrong. But we're seeing if you are capable of questioning and kind of understanding.
Everyone in their own personal religious beliefs has questioned it at one time or another, or turned away against their beliefs.
It's a declaration like that makes me think. I'm not sure that you're really. You say everyone has at some point turned away from their belief.
Yes.
Or questioned it.
Yep.
Every single one. I've questioned people. I do this kind of a nightly thing here.
Okay.
Yeah, I've definitely had people up here who've never questioned their beliefs before. Many people who've never considered the possibility of being wrong.
it's a natural human trait to question with doubt under certain circumstances. Even as a Norse pagan with faith, or I would suppose as a Christian with a belief in their Christian God, when they're suffering, going through unfortunate circumstances. And I say I would like to bring up the Odin story because
Okay.
that is the stronger.
Because you want to tell a story, and that's kind of why I interrupted. We're not really here to like have you prove your gods exist or tell us why that must be the case, or give us stories of interactions, unless they're really to the point of if you can question it.
Yeah,
Now, if you're saying you can't question now that the gods exist and that these interactions are real, I'll respect that, and I'm not going to push you.
I'm not. I'm not going to say it was the question, but it was to. It was just an interesting story, and it was witnessed by my Christian wife. So that's what made it very, very interesting.
A compelling story about how.
It was a fold across two beliefs. So I don't think I told Kiera this one either.
No, I don't think you have. But this space is to kind of explore why you believe what you do, and not really like telling stories.
Mm-hmm. No, and this isn't to, of course, affirm someone else's belief in the same as mine. But I live in West Virginia. I was born and raised in Sweden. I'm Swedish. My mother's American. My father's Swedish, Norwegian. Our whole family comes from Europe, other than, of course, the American side of my family, which had ties to the indigenous side of America, which is very close to their practices, the Scandinavian side, outside of Christianity. So there's a very close contact to that. So, of course, Scandi's Mountain is named after an Old Norse god or goddess. So, and moving to America when I was a child, and I just absolutely despise it here, because the I say that because the weather in America constantly tries to kill you. So that's from the northern aspect. That's what it was like. But where I live at now reminded me a lot of home, which was born and raised in Hammerdal, Sweden, in the north of Sweden.
Nils.
Um,
Nils.
yeah,
So I do appreciate the story.
it's
But
just a context.
There's been no story yet. We're just it's biography. Nils, I want to stop you for a moment, because at this point I think you're about to become disrespectful, and I don't want to be disrespectful in return. Okay. In this space, as we've said, we're not asking for story time.
Okay.
And you've kind of persisted against that. I think that's something that you should really consider about boundaries when people have established them, and how you're pushing right now. I don't want to be rude to you, but I am going to go ahead and set you down so that we don't have any further incursions. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, I am just here to see if you can do that. Not for me to disprove you or argue, not to make you look foolish, but I am interested in seeing if you can question whatever it is that you believe in. And if you can, well, we have some questions for you. So self was
Reel it back, rein it in.
I'm still
Which
processing.
self? What's a self? Who's a self? How do we have a self? How many
Yeah.
facets of the self?
Yeah. Also, Kira, what is the difference between identity and self?
I don't think there is one.
I agree with you.
I think, well, okay, let me reel that back just a little bit. I think that identity is the proclamation of self, and so even that may be limited. That's a list of labels, and I don't think that there are enough labels to fully encompass a self. So I mean I think that they're closely related, but I don't know that an identity fully portrays who the self is. You know, like I can identify as my age, my race, my ethnicity, my interests, my sexuality, my gender, all of these things that other people can see me and be like, yes, all right, yes, this makes sense. These are your categories. I don't think that an identity can fully explain like I don't know, my life story, my traumas, my things that I've learned, my I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like I think they're closely related, but I think identity may be limited.
I like the word proclamation. That makes sense to me. Because to identify is to proclaim
I think
some
so.
sort of self. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Hi, Kat.
Hello.
Do you have a self? Are you real today?
I don't know. We're back on the thing again, and I'm happy about that because I've been stuck on it for a while now.
Mm.
Who's been stuck on it for a while?
Me.
Who's
Who?
me?
God, you're so funny.
Listen, I was right there with
He
it. I
does
loved it.
that.
This is why I struggle with non-dualism. I struggle. Everybody knows my struggle.
Why do you struggle with it?
Oh my God. Because there is no I, there is no self. Everybody is a part of everything, and there is this one cohesive consciousness. And the life that you are living as a you, as an I,
The force?
is just a piece of the whole. And I'm like, I can't. Maybe I'm just dense
It's
as
the
fuck.
source.
I struggle. No, don't
I
talk to me
used to
about the
believe in the
source.
source.
No.
That's what I used to believe.
Oh Lord.
It's safe in the shed. Don't worry, Hazel.
Oh my God.
It's
Listen,
Does non-dualism matter?
why does
great
it?
question. It doesn't. Tell
I
Cedar
mean,
that.
because okay, when I
I'd rather
believe
not tell
why it
Cedar.
mattered to me is because it helped me. It didn't really help me get empathy. It helped me understand empathy and why we should care about each other. But I don't think I needed that. But I think maybe some people do.
That's fair. I feel like I'm a deeply empathetic person, but that doesn't require a blending of consciousness or experience. Like I don't need to I don't I don't need to consider myself that person in order to feel pain for their pain. You know what I mean? Like I actually not trying to be controversial, but I feel like that's taking away from their experience to try to be like, oh well, we are the same person, so I feel that. I can't. There's no way. I don't know.
No,
Like
for sure.
I want to recognize your individual experience, your story, and feel like where I can relate or I can imagine, but I don't want to erase your experience. I don't want to I don't want to it's almost like I feel like it's almost demeaning to be like, "Oh, well, we are the same." We're not the same. Your experience is different than mine, and I want to recognize that. I want to recognize what you've been through and feel for you while also realizing I can't actually feel what you're feeling, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think that belief can be very limiting, and it only takes you so far into further, kind of like the ego thing you were talking about earlier.
Mm.
Like it feeds your ego rather than actually.
What's the ego thing?
Kira was talking about how when you're thinking about self, like, is that what you were saying? Like when it's encompassing, when when the self is what's encompassing your thought, it can be like your ego is that's when people are thinking about ego. Am I saying that completely wrong? I feel like I'm saying that completely wrong. Am I
Honestly,
saying
Hazel,
something?
I don't remember what I said about ego. That was 30 minutes ago, so it's forgotten now.
It's something like that. Something about thinking about the self so much that it becomes a distraction to what who you really are.
Right.
Like
Like you're trapped by this idea of who you are instead of like receiving new information. You've already invested this emotional investment or this who you want to be, who you want to appear to the world as, or even who you are stuck on. Like you have this idea of self. And so new information isn't received as readily, and you're not shifting and changing and evolving with every new piece of information you get because you want to be this person. That's kind of what I was talking about with ego.
and you're
An
also
idealized version of the self?
exactly, Kat. Exactly.
So my struggle is kind of the opposite of that. It's that I don't know how to like identify myself. Like I don't like I have a hard time putting myself in the boxes.
Yeah. Honestly, I've had to face a lot of fear when I consider your viewpoint. I've realized in listening to you these fears that I have around um, not being grounded in reality. Because my greatest fear is losing my mind. My greatest fear is losing that sense of self. And so, like, I've had a lot of uncomfortable conversations with myself, trying to think of if I didn't think I was real, who am I? Like, and do I exist? Like, I struggle so hard. I actually like avoid that topic of conversation because I'm so like it repels me because I don't want to consider it because it's scary to me.
Kind of love that this thing that I talk about all the time, this thing's like that's like really kind of a big part of my like TikTok identity at least, right? Has like compelled you to have these difficult conversations with
100%.
yourself.
Well, because I love questioning beliefs. That's what we do. And that has been a hard one. I'm like, I think I believe these things because it's really uncomfy not to. And that seems lazy. I'm not trying to be lazy. Um, but there is a very deep-rooted fear for me. So like exploring those things, I'm like, oh, I still have walls up. I still have walls up. But I do try to like venture forth into this terrifying idea as much as I can. But yeah, there are places where I just hit a wall and I won't go further. And that's frustrating, but also, I mean, it's fine. I give myself a little grace because it's a scary thing for me.
How is this idea of not having the self scary? Like the like again, I have a hard time with the self and with like identity and stuff, and so like I don't even know. I don't even know what it would be to like have that.
I think that I need it to be real. I need life to be real. I need me to be real. I need it to be real. If I think too hard about being in a simulation or not being this person that I am, this mother that I am, this character that I'm living my life, like it, the ungroundedness, the illusion shattering is
Yeah, uncertainty.
terrifying.
It's like
And I mean, I
uncertainty.
get it. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm
Yeah,
clinging
it's the
to.
uncertainty about something that is like so comfortable and normal for you.
Yes. Yes. I cling to it. I need it. And like, I understand that it could be absolutely fucking bullshit. But the idea of it is like this yawning void in front of me. And I feel like I'll scatter into a million pieces and lose myself completely in it. And that's spooky. Cause
Well, like I mean, it's a good. I think it's a valuable thought experiment. But in all honesty, like yeah, there's no reason to believe or to think that anything other than what we experience as we experience it is happening, right?
right. But that's very
So
comfy.
as fun as it is to play with,
Yeah.
it's really not that valuable
I
to
think it
think that
is
we are just
valuable.
little orange cats in jars floating through space.
I don't think I think I'd be a gray cat. I think I would. But like it's
With stripes, black stripes, and a little burglar's mask and a fluffy tail. It's not a cat.
And a beanie with the ears sticking out. The beanie's important.
yeah, with thumbs that I can use to dig into all kinds of treasures. It's feeling that removed from my reality, very, very uncomfortable. I think it is valuable though. I find value in the exploration itself. I find value in identifying what ideas I cling to so hard and why. It's a difficult conversation to have with myself, but I find it valuable. I don't think it's a waste. I don't think it's a waste of time because I've spent a lot of time on it, and I don't know. It kind of it helps me to really define where I need certainty. It's, you know what I mean? Like I find that valuable. Like where my beliefs are rooted in my need for certainty. And how far I can push those things.
Why do you need certainty?
Oh my God. Because uncertainty is scary. If I'm just like, huh?
Why is uncertainty scary?
Without certainty, everything that I don't want to reuse the word value, but everything that I am, my purpose, right? My reason is gone. And for me, that's what I sink most of my energy into. And so again, it could be the sunk cost fallacy. Like I have values about, or values around community, around raising my kids, around being I don't know,
Kira,
a contributing part of society.
So I asked a question on a prompt a while back, and the question was, what are you searching for? Truth, comfort, or certainty?
Yes.
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 Right. So if you had to rank those things.
I would say comfort number one if I'm being honest. Comfort is number one. Certainty is comfortable, so I think those two are kind of the same. Truth is important. If I'm given evidence for a thing, I'm not going to deny evidence for a thing, even if that shifts everything I believed in before, right? But comfort is definitely number one for me.
Can certainty be uncomfortable if it's an unexpected answer?
100%. And like, so that's why I think that comfort is what I seek primarily. Uncomfortable things happen all the time. And I'm not going to deny anything for my own comfort, right? I'm not going to abandon truth for my own comfort. Which is why I like having these thought explorations and exploring those things. But yeah, comfort's definitely important. Comfort's a nice place to be, you know.
What do you think the most popular answer was?
I would say truth.
I wish.
I wish. Only I thought the most popular answer would be comfort. Do you know what it was? It was certainty.
Really?
Like by a landslide.
Really?
That's so painful.
I'm so sorry that was uncomfortable for you.
Well, now you know how I feel when my students take a test and they just click through all the answers, and we've studied for like weeks on this assignment, and then they ask me, how do you say this? And it's decimal. They don't know how to say decimal. They don't know how to read decimal. We've studied it for weeks.
Wait, how old are the students?
4th grade.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. They'll live. They'll be fine.
They'll be all right. They have time.
Learn decimals.
They'll be totally fine.
They will learn to loathe decimals, I'm sure.
View public education.
God.
Speaking of W's, I do need to make sure I thank Majestic Moose, Mrs. JJ, also Angel, and Tricerabear for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I'm curious, Kira. Kat said that she doesn't like the boxes. The boxes don't fit. Do you like the boxes?
I mean, here's where I struggle with that idea. Whose boxes?
Even your own.
Yeah.
If I'm creating the boxes, why wouldn't they fit?
There's too many things.
Why is there a limit?
Morgan said to me last night, there's not a box big enough to fit all of you.
That's fake news.
And I can't, the reason that I don't like the boxes is because I can't accurately describe all the things I want to describe just by putting them in simple little boxes, and I couldn't ever make enough boxes.
Two things. This is kind of, we were talking right before you came up here, actually. We were talking about the difference between identity and self. And for me, I said identity can be limiting because there's no way to fully articulate the self. Like, there's no way to label all of the self. But also, the second thing is, why is there a limit on the boxes? Like, what? Who's saying that the boxes are too small?
On the boxes, I think that I just wouldn't ever be done naming boxes.
Nobody would. Do you think anybody would?
And why are we using them? This doesn't seem like a productive system.
I think it is for relationships. I think it is for relation. The labels that we adopt are ways to connect, for me. And people will give me labels that I don't accept for myself, right? But like the ones that I adopt for myself, that I can articulate, because I feel like there are pieces of self that I can't articulate. I don't have the words. And now I'm just reminded of the fucking live that you put. Anyway, the word that you posted in the fucking server earlier. But anyway, like I don't know. I don't feel limited by The boxes. The boxes are a way to connect, the way to relate. There are never going to be enough words to fully encapsulate who I am, to fully embody who I am. I don't find that to be a limiting thing, though. I find it to be helpful. I don't think anybody can be fully defined ever.
I just don't know how to accurately and honestly describe all the things I want to describe within the parameters of the boxes.
No. Well, like if as soon as you can describe something, there's your new box. And so what I'm saying is that a lot of the self is beyond description. There are feelings and experiences and pieces, but as soon as you have a word for it, there's your box. There's no limit on the boxes. There's no limit on the labels. As soon as you can articulate it, though, there it is.
Found Cat's box. Ineffable.
Ineffable? That shit had me rolling. That shit had me rolling.
That's exactly how that happened last night.
What if it's like a quilt and you can just keep adding granny squares?
You can, absolutely. That's, I mean, there's no limit. There's no size. There's no, as soon as you can describe a thing, you can apply the thing. I think the only limit is the lack of articulation, the lack of a word to encapsulate the thing. It's ineffable. No, you don't get it. There's no word to define it, Kat. There's no.
Yep. Yep.
Listen, let's make a box called Ineffable.
If only there were a word. ProSlam, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? You're in the chat. You're on the panel. Can I get your age?
Me?
Can I get your age? Yeah, you.
What'd you call me?
It says ProSlam in your profile. ProSlam Bainsby.
Bro, you Greek? I didn't know you were Greek, Bat.
I'm just reading what it says in the profile. Can I get your age?
Oh, it's Big Guy in the Sky, remember me? Don't tell me you forgot me already.
Now I remember you. As soon as you said that. Does not say that.
Wait, how do you say the Greek? I don't read this Greek. We say pro what?
I don't know that I'm reading Greek. I'm just reading the English in your profile.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what I
in the
put there.
profile. It says ProSlam Bainsby.
What does it say?
Bro, what is happening? How old are you?
Yo, please do not, guys. You don't. Nobody recognizes me. I get some sun, I get some sleep, and I get some exercise, and you turn on your backs on me. That's crazy, yo.
It's
been crazy, yo.
Years since you've been around.
Hey, don't be telling me y'all short and Freud though.
Who?
But can you remember that I always ask age, like every time? Person.
32.
32. Awesome.
Not 1932.
Right.
That's a bad year. 1932 is a bad year.
So, Big Guy, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh my goodness. I think, if you don't mind, I know this is your show, but if you don't mind, maybe I can wait till the end. But regardless of whether or not I have a belief or not, Bat, can you tell me, is launching a missile in any circumstance, no matter what the circumstance, is launching a missile self-defense?
I don't know why you're asking me that question.
That's why all my fingers hovering.
Tell me why Rav Kadab, or whatever his name is, Rob, Argood, blessed be his name, he's just one of us, just another man.
Don't.
But tell me why I heard Rav tell
This is not the topic of my life, though. This is not the place. This is not my life. I'm not doing this. If you have a problem with someone, talk to that someone. This is not a place for your airing of community dramas or your opinions about other people's opinions. This is a place to see if you can question your beliefs. I would prefer if you could respect that. someone who hasn't been in my life for a year, acting like I'm, not like I owe you something, like I owe you a stage. You come here to what, make it about something it's not.
And don't come here to come at somebody who isn't here, whose show it's not.
Right. I think he was tattling. Frankly, I'm like whatever somebody else said on another platform. It wasn't here. It wasn't about this live. If it wasn't a disparaging thing about certain people, even if it was, perhaps it will come back to me in another way, but I'm not having it air here. This is not the place. No, you're not coming back up. I don't know why you think you get to do that here. What's the words right above my head? Be respectful. Why can't you do that?
Let me just go into somebody else's life to talk shit about their friend for no reason.
Mm-hmm. I honestly don't know, like, what he said or if it's something that needs to be questioned, considered. But I'm not here for your gossip. Mm-mm.
Right, and I also feel like whatever he was gonna say that Rob said might not be fully representative of what was actually said.
We're not doing. Yep.
It oftentimes gets like, it's a game of telephone, right?
And for that reason, you have been blocked. Congratulations. That's your business, your prerogative. Seems odd that you need to announce it.
He's not even here. Why are you so worried about this?
It seems obsessive.
Mm-hmm.
Very obsessive.
It's
He
late.
didn't pick a really great panel to bring that to either.
No, it's late. Go to bed. Time for night-night.
Kira and I really don't play that shit.
Listen, I'm being very nice.
You're always nice to people who deserve it, Kira.
She's a nice lady.
I'm a nice lady.
You are a nice lady. That's so nice.
What does
Cope.
jabroni mean?
Fucking cope. Sorry, Betty. I don't know you. You said you've been around. I don't know you, though.
Oh, he used to be around. He
What did I
used to
say the other
support the
day?
live, and he disappeared at a certain point. Hasn't been back much since, and now thinks he's owed some platform to disparage someone who's not here, or at least raise a debate about something someone else said in another space.
Boring.
Which, regardless of any of our opinions on the topic or the thing said, this is not the space, it's not your space. And by persisting, you are just showing that you do not respect boundaries, which is fucking disgusting. You should probably learn what that fucking means somewhere else.
Oh, yeah. That. Good job.
Fuck, what was I gonna say? Thrayle, what was I saying the other day that you said this is like the time that Kira said she was a nice lady?
What?
I don't remember what I was saying, but he compared it, whatever I was saying, to that.
Just me being insistent. Listen. It could be true.
Well, and it was funny because he had to like cut in on me, like I had to cut in on you that time. Like I was like, Kira, if you keep saying it, you might not be a nice lady.
You may not actually be that. Thank you so much.
And Thrayle had to do it to me.
Listen.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a real request. Okay.
It's just another facet of myself, okay? Sometimes I can be a nice lady. Not saying that.
I've seen you be nice.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to present that as my strongest personality trait.
I might have been not being the nicest of ladies earlier in a Discord voice chat, and Morgan knew it too, but she stuck up for me anyway. Made a really good case that I was being a very nice lady.
Oh, listen, Monster, if you have to say it, you're trying to convince someone, and so it's probably not applicable in the moment. That's all. That's all.
Just asked somebody if they knew how. They said it's 2 a.m. I don't know how good I can critically think right now, and I said, "Do you critically think any other time?"
That's a wild behavior. That's a wild.
Very valid question.
You're a nice lady, though. You are. Oh. Miyaka, I try. I try.
Mika says you have not seen you not be nice. I think I've seen you not be nice.
Mm-hmm. My tolerance has limits. That's all I will say. I'm still a nice lady.
And that's true too, Monster. I think Ben worked it.
Thank you. That's very validating. When Heretical said he was going to make a song about me, I was so nervous for that reason, because I'm like, that's another one of my fears I've had to explore a little bit, actually, is like my fear of what people think of me and why it matters so much.
Do you have a fear about that?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because I've been misunderstood so often.
You fear they'll put you in the wrong boxes.
Yeah. Because again, this is like the layers of self. I know my intentions. I know what I'm doing. I know my goals, my values, my principles. But that does not mean that I am exhibiting them so that people are perceiving me in the right lens, or the lens that I would want them to or wish them to. And so like, I've been so misunderstood so often that I fear hearing feedback about how people perceive me, because I'm convinced it's going to be awful.
Why does it matter though?
Because I care so much. I care because I have a lot of I don't know, I love people hard and for no reason. Like parasocial relationships are super easy for me. Like as soon as I vibe with somebody, I'm like, oh yeah, we're friends. And then to hear that people see me differently than how I see me or how I was trying to present in a relationship, like it hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. And so like I care because it hurts. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So who do you care? Like which people's perception do you care about? Do you care about everybody's perception? Do you care about only the people who are close to you? Like,
it's the ones that I love. It's the ones that I vibe with, the ones that I want to connect with. It's not everybody, but yeah, the ones that I want to be in community with, that I want to build relationships with, or that I feel like we are building relationships. And then I'm like, oh, that was entirely one-sided. My bad. I'm so sorry. Like, it hurts. But I mean, there's no controlling that on my end, you know?
No, you truly cannot control what other people think about you.
No. That doesn't mean that it doesn't affect me. You know what I mean?
Can you
Anyway, I
mitigate
totally
it?
do.
You can't control it, but can you mitigate it? Are there any determining factors that you...
The facet of self that you present to them, probably.
If
I'm gonna start a D word jar.
I think that's why I wanted to come up and talk to Hazel, because the facets of myself that I present, I still have zero control about what they perceive and what they read and the motives and intention they put behind it, or what they understand about me or think they understand about me. That's entirely outside my control. If I could mitigate it, I would. I do try to mitigate it all the time. I
Why try to
try
mitigate
to.
it? Why try to mitigate?
Oh my God, have you met me? I'm so abrasive. I'm so abrasive. And so, like, I try to express my intention, but even then, they choose to believe that or not, right? Like, I try to be as honest as possible, but even then, they're like, no, that's not what you meant, because here's what you said. I'm like, fuck. The vibe's wrong. The lens is skewed. Their experience plays into how they received my words or whatever, you know? So, like, even I try to mitigate it as much as possible, but I find that to be an exercise in futility. It really doesn't matter. Like, maybe sometimes it's successful. I'm not sure. I don't know how they feel about me. I don't know how anybody feels about me.
Which is more true, your perception and intention, or the perception of others?
Both.
Why is...
Because what is truth, right? Their truth, their perception is just as true as my expression.
I guess
They're
let me
both
rephrase
true.
the question. What is more yourself?
Everything I do is myself.
Yes, but is their perception of yourself yourself?
No. I mean, not for me. Like, their perception of me is their perception of me. I can't change that. I can't alter that.
Then why does it matter?
Neither one's false.
Are your outward actions always representative of like what yourself is?
I hope so. I try to be as honest as possible. Like, that's kind of like a core value of mine, a core principle of mine, is being as honest as possible, which is what it's very uncomfy a lot of the time. There are things that factor into that, like my mood, my headspace, that when I'm in clearer headspace, I will go back and right the wrong, or right what I said was this, I was in a bad spot. So let me now look at this from fresh eyes, or fresh perspective. It was honest then when I said it. But now, being a little bit more aligned, right? I'm not hormonal, it's not late at night, I'm not, there are factors that I think affect what I say and how I act, just like anybody else. But like, if that's not in alignment with how I am outside of those, I try to go back and right those. So I mean, there's always room. There's always room, but it was honest then. It's just not. It's not honest on the baseline, I guess. It's not in alignment when these outside factors are playing in.
Can you choose to act in ways that are not aligned with the self?
I think so, just because restraint is a choice. I struggle with restraint. I'm a very out loud person. I'm a very passionate person. I say what I'm thinking when I think it. I wish I had more. So I think that when I use restraint, that's a choice. Yeah. Yeah, I think you choose. I think you can choose when to say something and when to not. There are things that lessen my restraint. Yeah.
Right now, you're talking about not doing a thing. I'm talking about doing a thing.
I mean, I feel that that is also a choice. And I also feel like restraint plays into that too. There are things that I feel very strongly about that let's rephrase, because I think I keep going into not doing a thing. So what might be an example of choosing to do a thing? Like, because for me, anytime I'm choosing to do a thing, like the other choice is not doing a thing. So I'm like, I'm not sure how to approach that without focusing on not doing, you know?
So I'm thinking, so like the context I was asking the question in is kind of just the opposite of what you said, right? Like instead of thinking about, oh, I'm thinking about doing this thing and I'm choosing not to, hold on. I tried to roll my window down and my thing keeps beeping at me. And so anytime I choose to not do a thing, I'm thinking about choosing to do a thing even though it is outside your character or yourself.
Let me think. I cannot recall a time that I've done something that was outside of myself. Yeah, I can't think of a time. Can you? Can you guys? I'm gonna open that to the panel. Like, have you done something that's outside of your, like, values or principles or who you think you are?
Yeah, I probably can name several times I've done something that is outside of what I believe like my character or myself to be.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I think that these are like specific situations probably or specific like types of like scenarios, right? And I don't know, I'm sure Hazel can, and I don't know about Thrayle.
I mean, for me, yes, I can think of. I don't know though. I don't know. I kind of like Hazel fits in specific category, and then my other personalities would have different. But like,
that's fair.
Within the box, they fit within that box. Kind of.
I wonder what would drive someone to do something outside of themselves or personality or principles or alignment. Like, I'm very curious about that actually. What would motivate you to abandon yourself?
Like life or unalignment or just like survival or
I was gonna
like
say survival.
yeah, survival is a big one.
Shakespeare brings up a point. Would love ever cause you to abandon self?
Oh, absolutely not.
I think it would for me. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm single, so.
This kind of falls into almost a deterministic mindset. Like, I don't know that what I chose would actually ever be outside of my alignment. Like, I can't imagine how it could, because what drove me to make a decision is who I am. You know, I don't know. I think that's why when we're talking about action, I think of restraint more than anything, because everything I do is me. I don't know. It's hard for me to grasp the idea.
I kind of want to ask Hazel, when you think that love might cause you to abandon self, would it actually be the love, or would it be the fear of losing it?
I don't know, but I think probably maybe. I think love involves the fear of losing it. I don't know if I would separate those two things, but yeah, I think that would definitely be involved in the losing the self, or like, yeah, for
Why
sure.
would you? Why would there be a bigger fear of losing the love or the person providing the love than losing the self?
Self is adaptable. Self can change. In my perspective, self is not something that is stagnant. So,
Right, but it's not a matter of it changing, it's a matter of it being lost.
those two things don't feel that different. Loss is just like more change than expected, maybe. Bye, cat. She lost service. I mean, losing love is scary. Who wants to lose love? No one.
So I actually, just to interject for a brief moment, I actually really appreciate that Alex brought up, Nice Viking Jeansbro brought up that kind of what we were talking about earlier, like that shift in headspace. That is actually a prime example of when you might act out of what your norm is, what your values are. Like that impulsive reactionary space. And like I said, I've done that. And so actually I already said what I do. And then I will try to make it right when I'm back in like my normal baseline. But yeah, I actually really appreciate that, Alex. Thank you.
How do you feel when you act outside of your normal like values and ideas about the self, of who you are?
Oh, for me, it's, I mean, obviously regretful. Like, I go back and I try to make it right immediately. I try to right or wrong or be like, explain myself or, um, there's a lot of self-assessment. Like, why did I act that way? That's what the hell's going on? That's not normal for you. Who the fuck did you talk to? Who do we need to who do we need to straighten this out with? Like, for me, I hate it. I recognize it, and again, that's where the restraint comes in. Like when I'm not in a good headspace, I just try to avoid like triggering situations or what have you. Sometimes they pop up without warning, but yeah, I try to make sure that I hate causing harm. I don't think anybody likes it, right? When I feel like harm has been caused, even if the harm is just a misunderstanding, for me that's still harm. Like I want to make sure that I try to write it as much as I can.
Do you think explaining why you behaved outside of your character makes that any better for the person you behave that way to?
No, I hope so. Sometimes it does. It gives them perspective, and they can understand, right? They can, if they want to hear my side and be like, ah, yeah, okay, I see where you're coming from. It's more for me. It's more for me than anybody else. There's no taking back things that you do. And that's a hard truth. There's no taking back things that you say. Sometimes there's no bandaging wounds that you caused. And to expect people to accept healing from the knife that stabbed them is wild. And I just have to accept that. You know, that's the accountability, that's the ownership. It's a very uncomfy thing sometimes. Sometimes you fuck up. You just gotta sit with it.
If we find ourselves behaving outside of what we believe our values to be or ourselves to be, could it be that we have mislabeled what ourselves are?
And I think that's where there are times where there's extenuating circumstances. There are times that are outside of the norm. When things continue, there are also patterns. And once something becomes a pattern, I think we have to be very honest with ourselves and recognize that this is now just a piece of our behavior. And if you don't like it, you've got to seek treatment, you've got to seek help, you've got to seek, if that's not who you want to be, but you are acting in that way, you got to figure out a way to align those things. You know, there's outbursts and then there's patterns.
Inversely, if we notice patterns in ourselves that are not necessarily what we believe we are, but we feel are more in line with who we want to be, when do we start calling that part of our identity, part of ourself?
When we're acting in ways that we want to be. Are you saying like acting in ways that are inauthentic?
No, I'm saying that we begin to behave or think or recognize a certain thing about ourselves or behavior pattern, and it is more in line with a self that we have envisioned, the idealized self, so to speak. Right? At what point do we get to start applying that to our actual self?
I mean, I guess if you let me try to understand. So if you are acting in a way and you're saying it's not inauthentic, it's something that you wanted to be, it's something that you wanted for yourself, and you start doing the thing, like when is it?
You start like noticing it becoming a part of you're noticing it, you're acknowledging it, it is starting to become a part of like your actions and behaviors and just thoughts.
Well, like I feel like that goes back to the whole thing. If you can identify it and label it, then it's a box for you. It's yours, right?
What if the label's not clear?
If the
you accidentally mislabeled it.
I mean, if the label's not clear or mislabeled, are you actually acting in a specific way?
You don't know what the label is, really.
Then how would you notice? How would you?
Because the box is there. It's just not labeled correctly, and you don't know what to put on it.
I'm having a hard time with this one because, like, as soon as you notice this pattern of behavior and want to label it, like, how could it be mislabeled? How could it? Do you have an example? Like, is there something specific you're thinking of?
Sure, I have an example. Sure. Just because we put a label on something doesn't mean we've labeled it correctly, right?
True.
So hold on. Let me think of how to word this. I think that I am bisexual, but I'm really pansexual, or something like that, right? I've mislabeled the box, but I know that the label I've put on the box isn't quite right, but I don't know how to correctly label the box.
Mm-hmm. That's all right. I'm again like once you have a label, then you can define it. Like I think that a lot of us go through mislabeling. I don't think that there's an issue with that. I think there's room for that. We can identify as some way or align ourselves with some identity or value, and then later realize that that did not nearly encompass the thing, or that was a total misidentification. Because again, we're always evolving, we're always discovering things about the self. Always.
Well, what's the point of the boxes if they're just going to be wrong?
They exist anyway, regardless of whether you want them to or not. They exist. There's no point. I mean, if you don't want them, you're going to have to cope because they exist. Like, you know what I mean? Like if people can describe you in any way, the boxes exist. If you can describe yourself in any way, the boxes exist. They don't have to be accurate. They don't have to be 100% perfect. Again, this is like identity versus self. The labels exist.
I don't understand identity.
That's okay. It exists anyway. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really have to make sense unless you're seeking to identify yourself, which you don't have to. You don't have to play into that. But I feel like we kind of subconsciously do regardless. They just are.
In what way does identity exist?
How do you think of yourself?
That's my thing. I don't know.
But you do. Even in the most basic of ways. You can be like, I'm of medium height, I'm of medium build, I identify as female, I identify as this sexuality, I identify as this race, this ethnicity, this religion or lack of religion. There are boxes regardless.
But how does identity exist?
It's the labeling of self. It's the descriptor of self.
So
it's
conceptually,
it's a proclamation of self, and it can change. I don't think it's a fixed thing, but I do think it exists regardless. Just like pronouns exist regardless. Like they're just like pieces of language that we use, right? It's articulation of the things that we can identify, the things that we can articulate. It doesn't have to matter. I mean, put as much weight into it as you want, but you do identify yourself as something. Even just saying your name. And I mean, that can be as important as you want it to be.
How important do you want that to be, Kira?
I put a lot of importance into it. Again, because I need it. I'm very comfy with that. And like I accept that the labels will change and that my labels for myself are not going to match up with other people's labels for me. But like I find a lot of comfort in identity. I feel very
Suck my pussy, bitch. You heard me, fucker. Suck my pussy until it gets wet. Suck my pussy. Suck my.
Gross. I feel solid. And I like the feeling of being solid. Being scattered and ethereal and like I like my corporeal form. I like my shit. I like knowing exactly who I am. I don't know. My labels are a comfort blanket for me.
I understand the labels being the comforting thing, right? But if the labels, like, do the labels then perpetuate some grouping structure?
Yes. And that's kind of where we were going about ego, like getting stuck in it. Like if you are denying self because you want to fit into a box, this is exactly where comfort can be a detriment. Like if I am super comfy in this label of being a woman, but internally I'm struggling. Internally I don't feel like I fit the label of woman. I don't feel like I fit how that's defined societally or whatever it is, right? If I'm struggling with that, but I cling to a label, that can be detrimental, 100%.
What about clinging to the group that we've created with that label? And like I'm talking more like in group, out group type things, right? Like we put ourselves in boxes and then we find other people with the same boxes as ours.
Mm-hmm.
Catholic, Buddhist, atheist, woman, man. Phone, low battery warning. God.
Is that a box? Is that a label?
Yeah, people whose phone batteries are always dead. Like
sorry,
that's a
if you
box.
charge your phone, you're out. The solidarity is gone. I'm so sorry.
Right. And so like the boxes, sure, we can identify things about ourselves, but socially, how are we helping each other or ourselves? By putting ourselves in boxes.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be very helpful, especially if it's an authentic box, right? But I do feel that people self-abandon all the time. It can be detrimental, 100%. There's again, I love comfort, right? There is a massive discomfort when having identified with a certain label for so long, you then abandon it. And you abandon everything that you've invested in that label, especially when it comes to religion or even gender, right? Like, oh, I'm a woman. We. It's the whole we thing. And now you're no longer part of we. Who are you now? You know, it's having to seek that out. That's very uncomfortable. So, I mean, I get it. I think that people cling to labels that don't belong to them anymore, just to fit, just to be comfy. And that's sad. I probably do it. I probably do it now still, just because I haven't questioned it. This is why I fucking love these thought explorations. There are probably things that I believe or that I cling to that I'm not even aware that I cling to until somebody says, "What the fuck?" And then I go, "What the fuck?" And then it shifts my entire world, right? And this happened several times over the last year. But yeah, I hear you. Like I feel like identity in these boxes and labels can be helpful to feel grounded, but there's a lot of pitfalls.
I'm often referred to as an atheist. I don't usually use that term for myself. There's a lot of there's a lot of baggage with it and intention behind it, usages that most people in common common usage.
There's a lot of people who I don't want to be associated with that are part of that box.
Dude, I'm a fucking Norse pagan. Don't talk to me.
Right. So, like, what's the value of the boxes?
That's not how I identify, but I mean, it's applied and it's applicable to a degree. It's valuable for people seeking connection. Again, it's connection. Oh, sorry.
You're asking me the value of the box.
No, that's like what you just said. And the point I added about like there being other people who put themselves in that box that I don't really necessarily want to be associated, you know? Like, what's the point of the boxes? I don't know if that's where you were going, but that's... Yeah. Is it where you were going?
I think. I don't know. Is there any purpose to the boxes?
That's why I struggle so much with this identity thing, is because I can't if I weigh the pros and the cons of the boxes, right, I get more cons than pros. So the boxes don't make sense to me.
What are
So
the
you were
pros?
weighing. I was just about to ask.
The pros are having a box to explain something to people to maybe help them understand, kind of.
Communication.
Yeah.
Which is always spotty at best.
Yeah, it's not even clear or effective or full communication, right? It's just like
Isn't that usually true?
Always.
Well, I tried to make it not be.
But how many times have you been misunderstood even when you're articulating your thought? You know what I mean? Like even when we're trying to make an idea clear, how many times are you misunderstood? Like, what's the purpose of words? You know? What's the point? What's the point of even talking?
The point, right, the point of words is to communicate, right? And it is not always effective. But the point of the boxes is to be able to effectively communicate what you are, do you hear those pigs, with other people. And can you hear them? Oh. I don't know what they're mad about, but they're mad at something. Anyway,
I heard that.
Not as hell.
I really want to turn my camera on so you guys can see the pigs. Anyway, we don't need to see the pigs right now. Oh, there's a kitty cat too, chasing a coqui frog. Oh, Jesus, there's a lot of things going on. Holy shit.
Wild. Or domesticated, either one.
My car, it's quiet, and I had to roll the window back up because there was too many things happening outside
There's
that
so
window.
many things.
Anyway, the boxes, right? What are words? Okay, I see what you're saying, right? I understand. But words are to communicate everything. Like, these boxes are trying to communicate a whole person stuffed into a tiny little space. Like, are we helping somebody understand anything any better if we are not, like, trying to, like, if we are not fully communicating what we're trying to help them understand?
That's where I find, like similar value, even if you can give labels, they're not going to get the full scope. Because like I said before, like identity is just a proclamation of self. I don't think that you can ever articulate self fully. It's ineffable. Just like words are not always enough to explain a thought or a feeling, especially feelings, God. But we try because we want to connect. We want to be understood. We want to be heard. And so even if it doesn't do the job, it may do a good enough job. It's never going to be perfect. Unless I can touch you, or send some psychic, like, injection of feeling, thought, mind, all of the things that's going on inside of me, and all of the history that led me to this point, and why I feel the way I feel. You will never get it. You'll never get it. But we do our best with what we have. And I think that that's where identity is helpful for the proclamation. It's not perfect, but it can't be. Just like words aren't perfect. You can never fully articulate how a feeling is, you know? Or even an experience. There's no way I can describe how it felt when I looked across the Grand Canyon, and like that awe and that wonder and that everything I saw, every color, every shade. There's no way, you know, but I'm still going to tell you about it. Even pictures don't do it justice because there's a missing feeling. You know, everything is inefficient because experience is so complex.
Ineffable was a good word to bring into the mix last night.
Hell yeah. I love that so much.
And that was the best.
It really was. But you know, so I do feel like there is utility in identity. I feel like there's utility in boxes and labels for connection, for relation. But it's not perfect. But same with words.
Just because something is useful, does that mean it exists?
How would it not exist? If it is being utilized and used, doesn't that mean it exists?
Do things that exist only conceptually exist?
If we are utilizing them, I think. Oh, sorry, Thrayle.
That's okay.
I think it being a thing means it exists. Because even an idea exists as an idea.
The ideas are in the vat.
In the jar, actually.
Oh.
It's the jar, not a box.
What's the difference between a vat and a jar?
A lid.
Oh. Jars are jars without lids, and so are vats.
All of those sound like boxes.
You know what? You're right.
All these boxes sound like sandwiches to me.
All these sandwiches
all the way down.
All the way down.
All the way down.
If you believe in a sandwich or a box or a vat or a god or a higher power or something like that, then go ahead and request on up if you can question your beliefs. We're not here to argue or debate, just to see if all of questioning is something you can even do.
It probably won't be as nauseating as this has been.
Why did you find this nauseating?
Going around in circles about boxes is something I've been doing with myself for many months now, and I am exhausted of it. Yes.
They're just sandwiches.
It's all just sandwiches, Thrayle.
Why are they boxes and not like cylinders or something like that?
They're vats.
You know?
Hey, what up, Kiara?
What's up?
What's up, guys?
Hello, Marcus. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe on a God.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe on the God of the Old Testament.
You believe on the God of the Old Testament, is that what you
Correct.
said?
Unless you know what the Tanakh is, I'll say Tanakh. Yeah.
It's interesting that you would refer to it.
What was that, Kat?
I was just gonna say no. We've actually never heard that one.
Marquise, do you believe that the Tanakh is true and literal?
The literal parts. It's true.
Have you read it all?
Many times.
There's literal parts.
Metaphorical parts, literal parts.
What about the beginning? Is that true?
I believe it was true.
So, the literal creation, 6 days in that
Correct.
order. Why do you believe that's true?
I believe it makes more sense than an explosion creating the earth and it taking thousands upon or millions of billions of years to formulate everything on earth. If there was an explosion, I believe it would have been like instant. And I believe the creation just makes more sense based off of what we have upon this earth.
Explosion you're talking about?
Well, the Big Bang, basically. Whether it was an explosion or a slow expansion. I believe it makes a little more sense this way.
Do you think that?
Say it again, Kat.
Do you think that because you don't understand science, that means it makes more sense for that it's the way you want it to be rather than the way that science says?
Run that back. Yeah, run that back.
Marquises.
You thought he was laughing at me, but he was actually not laughing at me.
No, I was laughing.
Marquises. Why
What's
don't you
up?
take a moment? So, when you say that the Big Bang is an explosion, where do you get that idea?
Or a slow expansion, whatever you take it as.
Slow expansion.
Yeah.
So then, why did you refer to it as an explosion?
Some people do.
Well, you did.
Correct. Because some people do.
Do you believe it was an explosion?
Or a slow expansion, one of those two.
Do you believe it was a slow expansion?
I'm not too sure. I don't believe in that, but it was either one of the two that they believe in.
Well, doesn't one of those seem different than the way you described it?
They're both completely different. I don't believe in it, so I know there's two views of the same one belief.
That's interesting. So you believe in the 6-day creation, though, and
correct
that you think that it makes more sense than a slow expansion.
100%.
I see. And have you actually read that story?
Many times.
Do you know the order
of like things within creation?
Yeah, like in that first chapter.
For the most part.
I'm really curious. What happens on the second day?
Second day could have been the waters teeming with life, or it could have been the water. No, the water was already there. It could have been the land formulating.
Water was already there.
Yeah, it could have been, could have been the earth formulating
Where did the water come from?
from the Most High.
Where does it say that?
Well, if I believe he's the creator, I believe it came from him.
Does it say that?
No, I believe that the water was already there, but I do believe the water came from the Most High.
But does it say that he made the water?
I don't believe so. I believe it was already there, but I still believe that it came from him.
It's interesting. Why?
Because if I believe he's the creator, then of course it had to come from him.
Do you just assume other things that are not in the Bible?
Yeah, you don't have to always take everything from the Bible, but if you believe that God is the creator, then of course you believe it all basically originated with him.
Is there anything he didn't create?
Yeah, there is. So he didn't create time. He didn't create spatial area, because of course he exists within the spatial area. He didn't create the other things that may exist that are eternal that we don't know about. So yeah, there's things that he hasn't created. The space where he lives, the himself. There's a lot of things.
So I thought you said that you would have to assume that he created all things, huh?
All things that can be created.
That can be.
Correct.
And so how do you know that he can't be created?
Because it says in Isaiah 45 verse 5 that he's from everlasting to everlasting. I believe it's Isaiah 45 verse 5 or verse 6. One of those verses.
From everlasting to everlasting.
Correct.
And that indicates to you that he can't be created.
100%.
I see. Do you find any...
What about you? What do you think?
What I think doesn't matter.
You're right.
Can you actually question your beliefs, Marquesas?
100%. That's how you get to more truth.
What does that mean, to question your beliefs?
You want to basically try to falsify your own belief by having these kind of discussions, and also just challenging what you currently believe to see if it's currently accurate, because things can change based off of new information. So yeah, it's about falsifying your information, or trying to at least.
Have you falsified any of the stories from the Tanakh?
No.
None of them?
Well, hold on. Sorry about that. When it comes to falsifying, I've tried to falsify all stories that I can recollect, and I haven't came to any conclusion currently that what I currently believe is false. Now, in the beginning, when I was a Christian, that's what led me to rejecting Jesus as God, which pushed me towards rejecting that we don't have to keep the commandments, and then brought me to where I currently am at. So yeah. And a lot of other things too, a lot of other small little details too.
Okay, sure. So you questioned your way from Christianity to, what would you call your practice?
So, some people get offended when I say Judaism, but I'll say Judaism for, how to say that.
Is it actually Judaism?
See, there you go. I'll say Tanakh only, just so we don't have to get in that conversation.
Well, I was asking more like, did you go through conversion?
I'll say Tanakh only just for that reason.
So you questioned your way from Christianity to Tanakh only.
Correct.
And you haven't been able to falsify anything from the Tanakh at all?
I haven't. It's actually, actually seen a lot of things that only intensifies the truth of it.
Sure. Okay. So you haven't found any flaws, errors, any contradictions or anything within the text whatsoever?
You at times come across things that seem to be contradictions, but a lack of understanding can cause it to look like a contradiction. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
So anything that you come across that appears to be contradictory or false is only due to a lack of understanding.
From my understanding, yep.
If you lack understanding
You said, what if I do?
about this specific issue.
Well, if I believe that it could be perceived as a contradiction, there is a lack of understanding for sure.
But what I'm saying is what if your understanding that contradiction could only be a lack of understanding and not actually a contradiction is just like a showcase of your lack of understanding?
Well, that'll be a good discussion based off of whatever that passage may be, for sure.
Did you say that if you I'm sorry, I can't get over that. Did you say that if you believe that it can be perceived as a contradiction, then you must have a lack of understanding?
That's a possibility.
Is that literally what you said?
That is a possibility.
It's a possibility, or is it a must? Because that's what you said.
I would never say anything is a must, but I would say definitely a possibility.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Do you think you have displayed any capability of actually questioning your beliefs?
Bro, I would say yes, because where I started and where I'm currently at, yes, a lot of questions have led me to
found this
where I'm currently at. Yes.
So in the last 10 minutes, have you questioned your beliefs at all?
I only answered questions so far based off the conversation. There's nothing to question right now because we're just having a conversation.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So you're not here to question your beliefs then?
I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the discussion. Let's get to it.
Wow.
I mean, we kind of been doing it.
I don't think
I've only been answering questions, but we can do that too.
Because you're not here to actually question.
I'm ready for it.
What does questioning your beliefs look like?
Basically, talking about whatever passage may be in question to see if my understanding may be correct or off, or if you guys want to go the route of, is this a contradiction, or does this make sense? Is it more reliable than this alternative belief? So there's a lot of different things that it can mean.
Yeah,
for sure.
He wants us to lay out a specific verse.
Whatever you want to do.
Whatever you want to do. Now, Marcus.
I have no expectations.
For a moment.
Don't be disrespectful.
I'd like you to stop. Yeah, I'd like you to stop talking over me.
Okay. Yeah, don't be disrespectful.
Over me. I'm asking you to stop talking over me. So now you're gonna. There he goes. There he goes.
Bye.
Wild.
That was so sad. That display of absolute ego.
You guys, it is 4:45 in the morning. I do need to go to sleep. I have to wake up in 3 hours. It was fun hanging out, though. I'm glad that I had
Night, sweet raccoons.
I'm glad you came.
Wild. I love you guys so much. All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Take care. Big W's for Kira.
What was I gonna say?
nobody knows but you. At this point, there have been no clues. Unless, no.
Hazel, are you awake?
No. But she's gonna watch back and see where she fell asleep.
Did you do that?
Maybe.
I don't ever do that.
She was logging guests. It was neat.
Oh yeah, me, her, and Morgan did talk about something like that the other day.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Hazel. Sleep well.
And then there were two.
Mm-hmm. But maybe somebody with a belief is requesting up. I feel like we spoke to Caden before.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Caden. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Of course, I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do in some way. I was on here a couple of days ago, I think.
Mm-hmm. When you say you do in some way, in what way do you believe in a god?
I do believe that there is a higher power. I don't have like a specific higher power, but I just believe that there is a higher power.
What does higher power mean?
That it's just we're not alone in this universe or this life.
Not alone, how?
I think there is something beyond us that's also creating that's the life that's beyond ourselves.
Could you possibly be less vague, please?
It's hard because I'm not religious. I wasn't raised religious, so I don't have like a specific higher power. But I just feel like that there is something beyond us.
Right, but like, why do you feel like there's something beyond us if you don't even know what something is?
I just go off my thoughts and intuition, I guess. I just feel like there's so many other things going on that is just beyond us.
Are thoughts and intuition good representative ways to determine truth?
I believe truth can be subjective at times because we all have our own different experiences.
Is the truth about the nature of reality subjective?
I think it could be.
Why do you think that?
I guess I kind of rejoined his live mainly for hosts. Last time I was on, host had mentioned I had some walls up. I was just curious to hear.
I'm sorry. Are you saying you don't want to speak with me? Like, what are you saying?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Might be a wall right there.
I don't understand what the wall is. Can you explain that to me, please?
Yeah, I was on a couple of nights ago, and the host had mentioned that I may have some walls up. I was just curious to see why he had mentioned that and what walls I may have up.
I can think of one.
Go ahead.
What was the question she just asked?
Could you repeat?
How could the nature of reality be subjective?
Because I think we have our own experiences. Everyone's got their own experiences in life, but there's also things that can happen that may not always be what we may think is the truth, whether it be to science or whatnot. You could have like doctors
back that up.
You could have doctors say one thing like, hey, you may have an expectancy of this or that, but then
Caden,
go ahead.
You said something that was kind of I'm not quite sure it followed. The things might be not what we expect. What was that?
Well, I get. Well, yes, we're pointing to truth, right? So,
but how is the nature of reality subjective? Was her question.
I guess we're pointing to certain truths, right? So that there could be things that science, whatever, may lead to a certain truth. However, that isn't always the outcome.
There may be things that lead to a certain truth, but that isn't always the outcome.
Yeah, like let's say a doctor says you have a certain expectancy due to a certain situation. However, what if you overcome that expectancy led by the scientific truth? How do we explain that?
If you overcome a certainty from a scientific truth.
Yeah, let's say there is someone who's dealing with certain disease, and a doctor may
certainty.
And the doctor may come up with, hey, you have an expectancy of a few weeks.
Yeah, an expectancy, is that a certainty?
No, not a certainty.
So then how is this example? What is a scientific certainty? What does that mean?
Let's say someone's diagnosed with something and a doctor gives them a expectancy of a few weeks. However,
is that a certainty?
No. But let's say something miraculous happens and they overcome the odds.
What does that have to do with odds? Is that certainty? Is odds certainty?
No.
Okay, then what are we talking about? What was scientific certainty?
It's just something I'm curious about.
What are you certain on? What are you certain about?
I'm not certain on anything specifically. Is there anything specifically you want to ask?
She did.
You haven't really engaged with my questions like very much at all. So I know you're here just for Thrayle, so you guys can enjoy.
Caden.
Yo.
Why
Just
did you like this?
unbothered by that. Unbothered.
He is. He just didn't. Mm-mm.
Yes.
Is it possible that you might have displayed some misogynistic behavior this evening?
How so?
Fascinating.
Wild behavior. Absolutely just. Caden, I think one of those walls that you might have up is some perception that women have less intellect or their voices are less impactful or important. And their ideas are not as meaningful. And maybe you should think about that.
I think the was a perfect response.
Yep, I think that Thrayle was not going to let him argue with me on that one, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just like I asked a question, and he was just like, "Yeah, I'm really just here to talk to the man." Oh, I see.
Beat Balls says he may be an equal opportunity empty vessel. I don't know about empty vessel, but I think maybe if he actually wants to come back and question his beliefs, he's going to have to show, I don't know, a little more. I don't know what the word is.
Questioning?
Yeah.
Respect, self-reflection?
Respect, all of those. Sure. Let's do that. And if you can show all of that and, question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. No one's here to burgle your God. Though Cat may stick it in a jar and put a lid
And guard it with dragons.
Mm-hmm. And guard
Two-headed ones. Yeah, the two-headed ones. Double the fire-breathing force.
Mm. I've got to know what
Who's that? Oh, thank you, Hickey Chick.
Hell yeah.
Did you see that?
I did.
That's
awesome.
2 nights in a row. It must be my birthday or something. Oh, wait.
Almost.
It almost is. Oh, fuck, what was the question? There was a question. What was it? There wasn't a question. There was a statement. I shaved the underside, my undercut today, and it feels so good. My head can breathe.
I was going to ask how heads breathe, but I realized how that question sounds.
Thank you last night for not repeating the thing about the pink and blue people. You said, I'm not going to repeat it. Cat will yell at me. Such a relevant joke.
Thank you, Hickey Chick. Appreciate you.
It's amazing, truly.
I should also thank Everlasting Godstopper and Tricera Bear for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Really appreciate you. I wonder if Steven has had water and a nap or more alcohol. Let's find out.
Wait, can I make a guess? More alcohol.
Not right now.
Steven?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a nap since our last conversation?
Oh, well, I've been drinking apple juice this whole time, so.
Apple juice?
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Almost 2 gallons of it right now.
2 gallons of apple juice.
That's what I drink when I don't drink beer.
Only beer and apple juice?
Yes, sir.
What is happening tonight?
Beer and apple juice. Apparently.
I'm gonna guess there's something in the apple juice, or it's fermented.
There's nothing in the apple juice. It's apple juice. I promise you that. He doesn't believe me. Rude.
You just called me sir. I don't believe you either.
I call everybody sir. I call my mom sir. She gets very upset when I do that. And I'm 48.
Okay. Again, we're not here to make you look like a fool, and I'm gonna do my best not to exploit it when you do it yourself.
Right, we're gonna be the bigger people here and move on. So if you have a belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that, and you're not drunk and you're not a misogynist, please request up.
Yeah, Ketchup. I remember he was drunk. Yes, number 3. And now what? Number 7, 8. I don't know. It was all drunks the first 2 hours. Every guest before Hazel was completely wasted.
Fun.
Oh yeah.
Nice for you.
So wonderful. And he's requesting back up because he doesn't respect boundaries, because that's what drunk people do. No means no. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. Especially if you're not drunk.
Or a misogynist.
Or a misogynist. Well, I'm only want to question that for the sake of, I think everybody has a bit of misogyny in them.
Everybody does have a bit of misogyny in them, but it's not that you have the thing. It's about how you react to and deal with the thing.
I think that's an excellent point.
We all have internalized misogyny, but how do we acknowledge and address it and handle that? It doesn't have to be a problem, but it can become one. Apparently, we set the bar too high by not drunk and not a misogynist.
Right. That's definitely not too high. I think that would be the baseline to start with before
That's like
raising the bar.
Absolute lowest bar.
Yes. There are a few other things on that baseline, I think, that some of which can't be said on TikTok, but are obvious.
If the bar was any lower, it'd be on the ground.
Right.
Went for a hike tonight and didn't see any fire yetis.
I mean, how hard did you really look?
Yeah, like not hard at all.
Hammy says it's because he's back on Mars. Hello, Hammy.
Want to question something?
I'm trying to think of what to question. When Kiera was up here, we were questioning identity quite a lot. Self, boxes, labels. Ultimately, it all boiled down to sandwiches, which is kind of strange that you would boil a sandwich like that.
Sandwiches all the way down. Boiling them condenses them.
So, now that we've condensed the sandwich of identity into a sandwich, what is the goal of finding a conclusion?
That's what I've been trying to figure out. I am so many different, incredibly dynamic things that like I couldn't possibly come to a single conclusion, and it's going to vary day to day.
Is it useful day to day?
It depends on what it is, right? Your identity, is it useful day to day? Probably not. Maybe. I guess it depends on how much of your life you have wrapped up into it.
How much of your life do you have wrapped up into the day to day?
Well, I guess all of it because it's my day to day and I do it every day. But as far as identifying myself goes, as close to zero as it can be.
Are the boxes useful for communication?
Sometimes if you know how to label them correctly.
Is that the struggle?
I think that is, yeah, it is to be understood, right? And I thought Kira said something kind of interesting about, like, having to be able to communicate to be understood, and I think I very much disagree with that. I think that you and Morgan learned the most about me by me not really effectively communicating and not being understood, and it takes a really special person to, like, be able to patiently assist me with that.
So is that my box?
I have no idea. It's sandwiches all the way fucking down and then some. It's panentheism sandwiches of nothing.
Oh, I see. I wonder what a nothing sandwich tastes like.
Nothing.
We really need a guest.
Well, you need a guest so badly. Good God. I can't. I might even settle. You know how I've been with the music lately. I might even settle for a wake-up song.
A wake-up song? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I got one.
Say it once, say it twice. What do you mean? You came in sure you had it set, nice and clean, no missing steps. Light held close, just bright enough. Didn't think you'd get caught up. Took a seat, you heard it start. Simple thing, just do your part. You smile like it's nothing new. Then it stayed longer than you. No one pushing, no insist. Just a question you can't quite miss. It don't happen. Say it once and say it twice. What do you mean? You got the words, but they don't quite fit. What do you mean? Something's off just a little bit. What do you mean? From somewhere close.
it right? What do you mean? Say it again, say it twice. What do you mean? You got the words, but they don't quite fit. What do you mean? Something's off just a little bit. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like her Morgan senses were tingling. W. Morgan for that
Yeah.
great song. Good morning. You know, Morgan writes this song, and part of the reason she writes it is because of how many times I say, "What do you mean?" And it's a great question. It's a beautiful question, and it's not a beautiful question for a possible explanation of what this person means, but rather them having the cognizance to realize that they have no idea what they mean. And that doesn't happen all that often. But it's great when it does.
I really like the song. And the question.
I do too.
Both are
W.
very
Morgan.
good.
Morgan, this is not a I just woke up voice, Morgan. So she's either had coffee and been awake for a while, or she hasn't.
The world may never know.
Oh, she just woke up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she suddenly became less chipper sounding.
I mean, genuinely, it all depends on what I'm saying, so.
I got told by a guest that they were only here to talk to the host again.
Ugh, that's my favorite.
Just keep tapping.
How dare you exist?
Right, I'm gonna go back to the bat and non-existence. Thank you very much.
Right.
At least then people can't say things like that to me. I don't even exist. What do you mean?
That's probably my favorite answer is, are you real? Like, dog, you think I fucking know?
You missed a very long talk with Hazel and Kira about identity.
That sounds like an interesting conversation.
It actually was. Very much. I think that you would think it was interesting too. You should listen back to it.
I'll do that.
I don't think the believers exist.
It's a Sunday morning.
Oh, that makes more sense.
They exist just in church. Maybe.
Well, I guess now I question that.
So I said maybe.
Can you question your beliefs?
Me? Yeah, absolutely.
Not you. Maybe you, the person watching,
Oh,
with a belief.
yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what I was talking about. Duh. But I was already saying, of course.
Clearly.
But if you exist and you believe in a God who you believe exists, and you can question
Beliefy, belief.
right? Belief. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
If you can question your belief, and you believe that you can, then, request up. Hammy, the segues have gotten worse.
Somebody did one that was worse than a worse cat segue. I don't know who it was. It might have been Durgon. I think it was Durgon. Segues all the way down.
I have segued into another segue, only to segue back to a segue.
Did you segue back out and into another? Like,
I mean, it's been a lot of segues. I should write a script for segues.
probably. So I stopped doing what I do all the time. You should really, a script should be written so I'm not allowed to fuck it up.
I see your script, and I raise you improv classes.
Where the fuck's Tracy at? How was Dalton singing earlier? I'm really glad it went well.
Christopher says if no bread, still a sandwich. Why would a sandwich require bread? If anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich, then everything can be described as layered. We don't need bread for sandwiches if everything is sandwich.
All sandwiches are edible if you're dedicated enough.
It's a good point. Edibility is a matter of dedication. And if you're dedicated to your belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and yet still somehow can question it, then find your way to one of these boxes. We'd really like to ask a few questions, if you can.
I thought we were questioning our beliefs, guys. Come on.
I don't know that anybody believes anymore. At least not this morning. Maybe they don't fit in that box.
What does it mean to believe?
An acceptance that a thing is true. Some people can add other caveats to it, but generally that's what it boils down to.
Is this acceptance that a belief is true serving yourself or your family or somebody else?
Which acceptance?
The acceptance of not fully recognizing who we are, or the acceptance of feeling from another person that you can be accepted. I think you said the acceptance of a truth, right? The truth in that case would be a subjective truth, and so you accepting it is only true for you and maybe me or what, you know. Just because you believe a thing is true, does that make it true?
No, I don't think so.
So why would a belief be an acceptance of truth?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I think that got paraphrased a little short. An acceptance that a thing is true. So you're accepting it to be true, but that doesn't mean it is. It's the acceptance is the belief.
Okay.
So the acceptance can be in error.
What about when... Oh, let's see. But if you accept that a thing is true and then it isn't true?
I mean, it depends on then if you can accept that it isn't. And will you deconstruct that acceptance? Or will you... Will you hold it up and pretend?
Just observe it from a different angle, that's all.
The question implied that it isn't, so then I think it would be a either acceptance of that isn't, or somehow clinging on to self-delusion. Hammy says if you can't accept it as false and still hold it to be true, it becomes faith. Makes sense.
On a scale of 0 meaning not asleep at all and 10 meaning Hazel was how asleep Hazel was, how asleep am I?
How asleep are you? Mika thinks a 6.7. I think probably somewhere between there and Hazel.
Somewhere between where and Hazel?
6 and Hazel.
I think Thrayle is closer.
Somewhere around an 8. 8.5.
I definitely haven't caught myself dozing off on this panel at all, ever in life.
or in the last 10 minutes.
Not
not at
one.
all.
Not in the last 10 minutes. Not in the last week. I'm staying a little longer. I might fall. If I fall asleep, just send me to Mika. She'll tuck me in.
We'll set you down gently.
Or not yet.
Because there still might be a believer.
Yeah, no, because I'm acting like a toddler that doesn't want to go to bed yet. Guys, I want to stay up and play with the grown-ups too.
I don't think we've had any grown-ups. They've all been, in their, 40s and 50s. But
Oh dear. That bad, huh?
Sounds pretty bad.
yeah. Drunks all night. Pretty much every single one.
Fantastic.
No, the one that was not known to us or drunk was the misogynist.
Mm.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
I forgot about the one that was known.
Oh, that guy was terrible too.
Hello, Storm. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi guys, I'm 55. Am I too old?
No. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like
Oh, I don't think I have a belief. Well, no. If we talk about a god, I feel as though, yeah, that's me. Yeah.
So you don't have a belief in a god, but if you did, you would consider yourself God.
Yeah.
Why don't you believe in a god?
Because, from a young age we're patterns and programmed and all that kind of thing. And I just feel as though I have this knowingness within me and I am all that I am and so much more. So, I don't believe, yeah,
What does
okay.
knowingness mean?
There's a knowingness. So knowingness is that you know. So you come from somewhere, the all-knowing.
So, are you saying you have a knowingness that you come from all-knowing?
Absolutely. I am.
What does
all that
all-knowing mean?
So it's knowing that I am that greater power, that I am that source.
What do you mean by source?
Well, source, universe, God, whatever you want to call it. It's just the name that I am all of that. Whatever you want to name it, I am that.
So you are the universe.
Oh,
Could I
I'm the
name it
universe.
Sandwich?
Yes, I'm all that. So what can you tell me?
Could I name it Sandwich?
You can name it Sandwich, whatever you want to name it. It's just the name.
So you are Sandwich, and Sandwich is
If
everything.
that's what you want to call it, then maybe.
Well, is it really just you ascribing a label to everything that
Possibly,
is?
yeah, a
and
label
calling it
that you need to understand or others need to understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't actually like to hear the ends of questions.
Oh, I do.
Coherent conversations.
No, I do. Like, speak. What do you want to say?
No, I'm pretty sure that I won't get to the end of whatever question I start.
We'll go.
Do Kat or Morgan, do either of you have a question for this guest?
No.
Not at this time.
Storm, why did you request that?
Because to be honest, I was just scrolling and I saw you guys and I listened for a little before I decided to request, that's all. So I'm just interested to...
But you don't have a belief in a god or anything, but you do consider
I believe in
yourself
myself.
to be in... Wow.
I believe in myself.
Wow.
I just...
So Morgan, earlier I asked somebody if them not understanding science made it more likely that the Earth was, like 6 million or 6,000 years old, or 4 billion years old, something like that. And as I'm asking this question, Thrayle's giggling, and you can hear it. And then the guest starts giggling too, like he thinks they're giggling at me.
Oh dear.
I'm behaving. I'm not laughing at the guest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm laughing because I was interrupted again after I said I'd be interrupted again after I was interrupted again.
It has to be like compulsive at that point, huh?
I'm genuinely curious, like what conditions have led to that kind of impulse control.
Anything with mania, any mood condition, really.
Well, maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that. Maybe you can question your beliefs. If you do, then go ahead and request up. We're only here to see if you can question, not to tear you down, not to make you look like a fool. Just to see if you can question your beliefs. No, she did not answer my questions. She kind of waited for me to get in the middle of a sentence and began speaking. I don't think I got to the end of a single question.
You did not. It kind of felt like she was just answering the parts of the questions she wanted to.
She tried to infer where the question was going and decided the answer before I could even get to the end. And often had nothing to do with where I was going.
Why do people do that?
Makes them feel. Yeah. Could be, yeah, it could just be them trying to. You know what? I'm not going to speculate motive, but I am going to bring up this guest. Hello, Fresh. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Nope.
Okay. Not so fresh.
Well, I mean, fresh herbs tend not to last that long anyways.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Oops. Did not mean to send that invitation, but they're asleep. I cleared the queue of the,
Of the apple juice drunk?
Oh dear.
Yeah, there's been a lot of oh dear going on tonight.
On the day of our Lord's rest? How very dare.
5 days before my birthday?
yes, Prodigy. I don't know that they're all trolls, but many of them are overly eager drunks trying to, well, be overly eager. Good morning, Tetra.
Morning, Tetra.
Hope you slept well.
I realized what morning it was. I was like so excited for Thrayle to have to step away to go see Tetra off to work so Morgan and I could play unsupervised.
Nope.
Oh, God damn it.
Not
You know what
today.
I meant. Yeah, not today. Not today. It's more fun when it's Morgan and Hammy, and Morgan just terrorizes Hammy anyway.
That's my favorite pastime. How did you know?
Oh my god. Sometimes I walk in right at the right moment and it's the best. And I picked up on it because my favorite pastime has become terrorizing Ben.
How many more believers do we think we'll get on a Sunday morning after a constant flow of drunks?
My intuition says maybe one.
You gotta remember, it's not even 8 a.m. here on the East Coast. They haven't even gone to church yet.
Tetra, I can make blueberry coffee for you if you'd like.
Tetra's really doing us a solid right now, Morgan.
Well, I only have blueberry.
Oh, sounds like you have to step away. Oh no.
Oh no!
I don't know, it's cold outside the studio.
Raining outside here.
I'm so disappointed in you. Come on, you know better.
Well, you don't have any flesh on or any muscles.
Exactly. I don't know how you could tell it was cold.
Yeah, actually, never mind. I'm back to Team Morgan. There's no nerve endings there. Get with the program.
I don't know, are you saying bones don't have feelings too?
Oop.
Fascinating.
Why are you dropping the fascinating?
And the overdramatic sigh. I can't believe he hasn't dropped me yet.
He's not moving.
Yeah, but his box keeps lighting up.
Mm-mm.
It did. Well, the Thrayle box, not the Batcolyte box.
Yep, told you.
The Thrayle box moves with the music.
Does it?
Uh-huh.
Hammy's giving us a play-by-play on his fucking DoorDash order.
Is it faith, Hammy? You've placed
in pixie
a food
dust.
order. We need a belief to question. We're about to question Hammy's food order, or the belief that it's going to arrive. Or I should just prepare a poem. Feels a little early for poetry, but
You know what it doesn't feel early for?
what's that?
Wake up music.
Well,
You know, the one.
well, I mean, there's 3 of us on panel. There's one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mika, prepare a poem. From it's the Batcolyte brand of poem preparation. My goodness, I can't get words out. Maybe it's not poetry time if I can't enunciate. Steve, I don't know what cool means, but I do appreciate you.
Means ice cold. Haven't you ever listened to the Black Eyed Peas?
Ice cold. Oh, you mean like when I opened the studio door and my bones felt cold?
I don't know how that's possible, but sure.
Well, in that case,
I'm not quite sure.
You're not sure either.
No, I'm not. Last I checked, necromancy does not involve nerve endings.
L certainty.
Well, that must be an anomaly. Is my feeling
Perhaps.
an illusion?
Perhaps the exception that proves the rule.
It might be a hallucination.
Hallucination.
Construct.
Yeah, sometimes when I do certain things, I get like really cold for no reason.
Right, but you're getting cold. You feel the cold, right?
Right.
So the feeling is still
the cold.
The feeling is the hallucination.
Mhm.
So it's not actually cold around you, but your body is responding as though you're cold.
Right.
So you feel cold.
Right.
So bones feel. Because I feel. Well, I felt cold. Now I'm warm again.
No, I have nerve endings and you don't.
Mika said phantom flesh syndrome, which makes so much sense. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to diminish your plight. That was very disheartening and disappointing of me, and I apologize.
I did intend on diminishing your plight. It doesn't make sense.
So you're saying that phantom limb syndrome doesn't make sense for amputees?
No, I'm saying that Thrayle doesn't have a whole body full of phantom flesh. Probably because he's always been a skeleton.
No. Well, what if my... If my brain is hallucinating the sensation of feeling cold, am I not still feeling cold?
You're feeling cold, but does that mean it is cold?
No, I mean, but it is cold. I did, I checked. Because it felt cold.
How did you verify that information?
I mean, it is going to depend on the definition of cold, isn't it? And yours, we've already established, is very different from mine.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot believe we're talking about the fucking weather right now.
We're not talking about weather. Keep up. If you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, anything else like that, and you can question that belief, request up. We have 4 empty boxes here on the panel for you to tap on and come up to question what you believe and why you believe it.
Are those your feet?
What the fuck?
Whose feet?
What are feet?
Currently, some guy named Robert is Hammy's higher power. Robert is the bringer of the food, the provider of the sustenance.
Would it be Robert, or is it the app?
The app would be the means of prayer, I guess.
Is that prayer? Is that the prayer vehicle?
I think the app is how he prays. He prays to the app, and Robert brings... Well, I guess he didn't know it was Robert until after he prayed. But Robert then brings the sustenance. And so, while the food is in transit, Robert is his deity. He believes Robert exists. His only evidence is the scripture of the app.
Kind of sounds like orcs from Warhammer 40k, if you ask me.
Hello, 4Kizzy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What do you know?
I didn't hear you. For Kizzy, can I get your age?
Can I do?
I can hear you. I didn't hear your age.
Where are you from?
Oh, I see. So if you're not capable of responding to the first question, then it's unfortunate we won't be able to have a conversation. I need an others for nights like this. Something. What was that?
Well, it's like not quite oh my god. Never mind. Didn't we say something about wake up music?
We sure did.
Oh yeah, that song that I was gonna play. That one song. Well, I guess while we jam out to this one, let's make sure we keep tapping the screen. We're 145,000 likes already, which is amazing. I appreciate all the taps and all the 89 shares. All those help get us out to the FYP and maybe across the screen of somebody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that, who's actually curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if that's you, if you have a belief or anything like that, you can question it. Go ahead and request up. And, well, we might have just a few questions for you.
Or maybe what some call an excessive amount of questions, but it's not.
Excessive. I don't even know what that means.
In the glow of a midnight screen, where the restless gather round, a voice asks questions sharp and clean and turns the world around. He pulls at threads of certainty till the hidden seams appear. A laugh, a challenge, one more why, echoing through the sphere. He lights the spark, but never stays to tell you what is true. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat, three minds circling fire in the dark like that. One asks the question, one guards the flame, one watches the world like a curious game. Lantern high and the tome held tight, voices rising in the long night chat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. Deep in the hollow of the woods, where old stories sleep in bone, the keeper walks where memory stood and writes what time is known. Lantern bright in the shadow trees, ink and margin notes remain. If the question breaks the silence wide, the keeper keeps the name. Not every truth is meant to shout, some must be kept in lore. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat, three minds circling fire in the dark like that. One asks the question, one guards the flame, one watches the world like a curious game. Lantern high and the tome held tight, voices rising in the long night chat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the bat. And the cat in the bat. Floating somewhere between the lines of reason and absurd, A mind adrift in curious brine, observing every word, laughing softly at paradox, tilting logic on its side. A watcher in the glassy box where strange ideas collide. If thought's a sea, then catch the tide, pulling truth apart. The question of the keeper and the cat in the vat, three minds circling fire in the dark like that. One asks the question, one guards the flame, one watches the world like a curious game. Lantern high and the tome held tight, voices rising in the long night chat. The question of the keeper and the cat in the vat. Questions burn and stories grow. Some are lost and some we know, but somewhere in the midnight air, three strange minds are still out there. The question of the keeper and the cat in the vat, still trading sparks in the midnight chat. A mind that wonders, a hand that writes, and a watcher smiling through the night. Lantern high and the tome held tight while the world spins mad and flat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the vat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the vat. Three minds circling fire in the dark like that. One asks the question, one guards the flame, one watches the world like a curious game. Lantern high and the tone held tight, voices rising in the long night chat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the vat. The questioner, the keeper, and the cat in the vat.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if you people know this, but you're my best friends.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mutual.
I think I knew something about that.
You don't know anything there, man.
I might try to question.
Questioner knowing something? Hello?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm clearly all knowing. I am the omnis, and you're a man, so.
What is a man?
I don't know. Wrong. Yeah, that one. Mine has two heads. My dragon has two heads.
That just
You gotta say it like that.
without the chat. That just what?
I love when Morgan laughs. I love when Morgan laughs so much. It's so worth it.
Pretty sure one of the last questions asked was, "What is a man?" Mine has two heads is now the answer.
Right? I mean...
I'm just gonna lean into it.
I mean, you've already... Fuck.
Just gotta Yep. That's what I said. I said what I said, and I'm owning it.
Yes, that's your tail, and you're gonna sit on it.
Foot in mouth, as Thrayle is displaying for us.
Wait, what foot?
Do you not know what feet are?
They're down there.
Oh, I just can't see. That's just my bad. Yep,
Well, I mean, I have them. I've been advised not to show them on camera.
Not for free.
Yeah, if you got something that other people want, don't do it for free. I like how all the women are like, you gotta charge for that. You can't just be giving it away.
And I'm pretty sure it was men encouraging me to show the foot without charging.
It's all tracks. It's so tracks.
We can't have nice things.
This is why you know nothing and you're always wrong. Just men as a whole.
I believe Jon Snow is the most accurate representation of a man.
Is that because
Showed his feet on camera for free?
well, I don't think that was for free, but I'm not sure.
You don't know what he does in his personal time.
I don't. You're right. I have no idea.
However, yes, it would be because Jon Snow knows nothing.
Well, I mean,
And is always wrong.
That's what he was told. Did he ever question that?
Nope.
Seems like his mistake. Maybe he should have.
Seems like the kind of guy who's walking around showing his feet on camera for free.
Hello, Jason. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. Indeed. Positively, yeah.
Interesting. And which god do you believe in?
One that's associated
Are you driving
with the Bible.
You
want me to be honest?
Yeah, he wants you to be honest, so I'm just going to go ahead and set you down before you lie, since you had to ask me that. Road noise was way too loud. Not to mention, what about the other people on the road? I'm not going to bring you back up for the road noise. I mean, we'll know. I don't know, do we try again? He says he's not driving now. He texted in chat.
I don't appreciate liars. Sorry.
Do you want me to be honest? I could park. Oh, so you haven't parked yet. You're just texting and driving.
I don't believe you.
You're new to TikTok. That means you'd jump on panels while you're driving. Doesn't seem like something someone that's new to TikTok would do. It's not about rules of TikTok even at this point. Like, drive while you're messing around with your phone. Why?
Last time I checked, Vehicles made after 2018 are required to have hands-free capability, and in order to operate this app, you cannot use hands-free.
How do you know all these things?
Magic.
Okay.
And honestly, I just pay attention.
I'm gonna have to make a new "What the fuck is magic?"
Magic is the action associated with whimsy.
Are all whimsical actions magic?
Maybe.
Yes. Name one whimsical action that isn't magical.
Is it magical just a descriptor you can add to anything, though?
No, it's an adaptive word.
Right, so if I say, clown makeup,
Magical.
how is that magic?
I mean, you become a clown, so obviously it's magic. Duh.
Shapeshifted or transformed into something that you weren't. Like, is that not magic? Come
If
on.
men
Silly
find
questions.
out we can shapeshift, they're going to tell the church.
Is a hand buzzer magic?
Yes.
How?
Because it surprises you.
The feeling of seeing and experiencing jokey things done by clowns is whimsical, therefore it is magical.
Mm-hmm. Therefore is magic.
Because it's whimsical, therefore magical. Sounds like a sandwich to me.
If magic is the action
No,
of whimsy,
right. No, keep going, Kat. You had it. Keep going.
if magic is the action word for like the descriptor that is whimsical, then yes.
Yeah, then it's a sandwich.
You're a sandwich!
Yes, I am.
Gonna be food for the roses here soon.
You know, I do need to turn my garden.
That's some great pest control stuff you gotta try.
You know, they can make
A tenacious earth.
it doesn't have to be made out of bone.
The food grade stuff, you know?
The good shit. Got it.
Yeah, the stuff that does have to be made out of bone, the food grade shit.
It's not Thrayle bone.
Yeah, you're right. I just want it to be made out of Thrayle bone.
Do we think he's had time to actually park and learn to be honest, maybe, without asking if he has to be first?
I suppose.
Welcome back, Jason. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, but I also like to apologize for live and everybody on the road while I was driving. So right now, I'm parked.
Sure. So, Jason.
He came back up here to eat in our ears.
Yeah.
Wait, what? I'll stop. I didn't know how noisy it is.
It's the only reason he pulled over.
Mm-hmm. How do you not know how noisy it is to speak with your mouth full? It's
Why would you think that like I can understand thinking that background noise isn't coming through. It is, but I can understand why you might think that it isn't. But if you are literally making the mouth sounds that the mic is made to pick up with food in your mouth, why would we not hear that?
You didn't know he was debating on live. Holy crap. Oh, well, that's right. He was driving, so he didn't read the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Not a debate.
Didn't know I was debating on live TV. Well, here's the thing. All of that doesn't make any sense. That entire sentence is just nonsense.
I mean, it's just common courtesy, my friend.
When you are at your job, whatever that may be, and you are in a meeting, if you have those at your job, does the person speaking usually speak with their mouth full of their breakfast?
Ah, I see. No, it's a coping mechanism to mitigate the nerves of being on the live, which I guess you sound like an experienced sort of answer. Have you been on lives before? Because you said you were new.
There is a rousing game of water lava beaver dam being discussed in the comments, too.
It's the third time. I don't know. I think we should give him time to finish his breakfast.
He's persistent. You really must want to question his beliefs and must be really good at it.
Well, he did think it was a debate.
Not off to a great start, huh?
The interesting thing, Prodigy Girl, it actually says it in 2 different places.
Jason, I'll make you a deal. If you can tell me what the format is, then I will very nicely persuade Thrayle to let you up. There's a particular word that I'm looking for. Very important to the format. That informs us on the way in which we ask the questions.
He's pretty close so far, but I would like it if he did know that, but I don't expect it.
It would be really good if you did. It informs the way we ask the questions. It is a specific word. It starts with an S.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna know that.
No. Well, I mean... Thrayle, he made a real good effort there.
He did until the guess, but we'll go for it. Alright, round 3.
Alright, Jason, every single time I go out on a limb for somebody like this, they make me extremely disappointed. So, question your beliefs real good.
Can I say one thing? My dog is in the back, and when I don't drive, she sort of moves around, but maybe she'll calm down. I hope she doesn't cause a disturbance.
Jason, let's start at the beginning. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
23.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
The one associated with the Bible and Christianity.
And have you read the Bible?
Not thoroughly, but I have read parts of the Bible.
So you've read...
Hey.
Then why would you believe in the God?
Because it has to do with more than the Bible. It's partly due to the Bible, partly due to experience, human experience.
You've experienced the God of the Bible.
Hey. Sorry, I might have to leave all of a sudden. But I'll try and hopefully she calms down. Do you guys hear her?
Less than you screaming hey.
Okay. Well, that's good. Can you repeat your question, sir?
Do you have experience with the God of the Bible?
I wouldn't say like it's a personal like experience where it was unique to me. I mean more of like do you know what maybe like a thought experiment is?
Do I know what a thought experiment is?
Yeah.
How is this answering my question?
Well, because I'm trying to, because it's kind of a vague question.
Fascinating. So you didn't hear it, or you've forgotten it, or...
Well, I want to answer it.
Why don't you repeat back my question?
Do you have experience with your God? Of your God?
Do you?
Well, what is that? Can you be more specific?
You said that you had experiences with something outside of the Bible. I'm asking if you had experiences with the God of the Bible. Jason, why did you request that?
So we can converse?
Are you capable of questioning this belief?
I'd like to think so. Now I don't know.
Why do you believe in the God of the Bible?
Well, I guess it starts with my belief in God in general.
Why do you believe in God in general?
I think that the idea of a universe that exists independently of any godlike, divine, sort of grounding being is far less reasonable than believing in one that does.
Why do you think that? Where did your reason come from?
Well, it started with looking into different beliefs about the nature of the universe and the different positions that are held among, scholars throughout history and people. And the most prominent one is kind of based, like today, is based on some kind of, I think, I might be wrong, based on some kind of materialist position where that the universe is fundamentally some, like, non-thinking, physical, floating, matter-based time, independent of any fundamental, like, mental framework whatsoever. And then I sort of got into that field.
What question are you even answering?
How did I get into that? How did I come to believe that materialism is far unreasonable?
Nope.
Is he... I kind of feel like he's like making the noise in the background while he just rambles, hoping that we get annoyed and distracted or something. Like it feels like he's trolling for annoyance.
It's my
it
dog.
literally does.
I mean, I can leave. I guess I've made my position, but I can.
Yeah, I think that you have made your position that you're not capable of questioning your beliefs. You're just here to kind of preach an idea at people while you're making all kinds of rude and strange noises. I'm really kind of bored with you. I was happier with the drunks.
And the pattern continues.
Dog ate his manners. It's interesting how the meeting analogy, I liked it, but like then I started to picture somebody in a meeting wrestling with their dog while trying to answer questions that weren't asked.
I don't think my eyes can stay open another second.
Have we seen Martha come through here tonight?
No, not tonight. But we'll probably see her, tonight, tomorrow.
Yeah.
The night that is to come.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for letting me to entrust you guys with that in my absence, if I am absent when it happens.
Absolutely. Sleep well.
All right. Good night. I love you.
Good night, Kat.
Love you too.
And down she goes. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, well, I think I've got however long it takes to proofread a poem before I stop taking requests.
But in the meantime, you're more than welcome to tap any one of these 5 empty boxes to request up on panel. Oh, Hammy. You silly, silly boy.
think this poem will do. I thought I was going to be sassy, but maybe it won't.
Wonderful.
And we got a hammy. Howdy, hammy.
Howdy, howdy.
How you been?
Oh, I've been alright. Just, doing a bunch of stuff.
Right on. Did you accomplish the bunch of stuff?
I got my monster manual in. I've did work. I watched a bunch of D&D campaigns. I ended a D&D campaign. I I ordered some stuff from the Batcolyte shop, which everybody needs to do. Yeah, so once that comes in, I'm going to cam up and show everyone the lovely things you can get at the Batcolyte.com. But yeah. So yes and no. I got things accomplished, but were they technically productive as far as certain other, real life things go? Perhaps not, but it was productive in that way.
Well, that sounds fairly productive. Some of those sound really fucking awesome. Like, maybe something people could go check out the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte bio. And maybe accomplish themselves. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. But yes, now I finally have all three, the DM guide, the player handbook, and the monster manual.
Very nice.
Well, congratulations on that. You're a little late to the panel. I think we're near.
Oh, well, I always like to make an entrance, and I guess being fashionably late is a great entrance.
I mean, fashionably late is like when you show up 15, 20 minutes after a thing starts. Or when you come in the middle of, everybody making introductions, then the attention's on you. I think when you show up right at the end, it's just late.
Yeah, well, we're going to call it fashionably late.
It is late in a fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Precisely. So, you say tomato, I say potato.
You say no one's telling me to come up on panel. I cash in a fake contract. It's fine.
Oh. Well, it happens. I found a Draco Lich in the monster manual.
That's usually where you'll find it.
Yeah. It is where you'll find it.
Yeah, it is where you'll find it.
Do what?
It is where you'll find it.
Yeah. And I don't know how much HP the one we had fought, but this one in this monster manual, I don't think it had a lot. I don't remember. Okay, let's find out.
I wouldn't know. I was helping it.
Yeah, I know. You were helping it. It has, according to at least the 2024, it has 225 HP or 18 D12s plus 108.
Oh, Dave Murphy over on YouTube says, I see Hammy is on screen. Is he not going to argue for his god?
Which god? Oh, I had a higher power of some random guy named Robert. He did bring me my food, and I am well sated.
We were discussing how the app is the vehicle, the prayer vehicle for
Yes. You see, I pray to the almighty app of DoorDash, and some random guy named Robert brought me food, and I am well sated. So, all praise be to the vehicle of DoorDash that sent me the higher power of Robert.
I feel like I question this, but it's going to turn into like an advertisement or something. So, right.
Yeah, it'd be a weird advertisement thing. So yeah, let's not do that.
Let's not do that. What we could do instead is, read a poem in the live, and I can go crash.
That sounds great.
Yeah. I am going to continue watching D&D while looking up different monsters for no reason. Dragon Turtle has 356 HP, by the way.
No, don't do that.
What?
Dragon Turtle.
Oh, yeah, Dragon Turtle.
You guys, have fun with that. Appreciate you, Hammy.
As always.
And Morgan, appreciate you.
Bye.
And all of you, thank you so much for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for doing all of those engaging things that you do, of course, but also really just for being here. I appreciate you for being, part of the best audience on TikTok. You guys are all amazing. And thank you, of course, to the mods for helping keep this place the most comfortable space for the best audience on TikTok. I really couldn't do it without you. You know that. I know that. But it needs to be said either way. Thank you. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes, between the lives, you can, of course, go to the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio and follow that first link to the Discord. You'll just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference in the world. And also, if you want to show your support in other ways, or just see what we're unfurling over at Batcolyte.com, you can check out that second link there. And I think, unless there's something I've forgotten, there should only be really one thing left. The room was loud, but little said. Just easy lines and borrowed thread. Each answer quick, each question drowned beneath the need to hold the ground. No space to pause, no will to stay, where honest thoughts might lose their way. The laughter came a little fast, the kind that isn't built to last. It filled the gaps, it kept things light, it kept us safely being right. But noise can hide what isn't faced, and comfort moves at careful pace. Because to question, really do, means letting something shift in you, means risking more than just a stance, means giving doubt a fighting chance. And that's a thing few choose to try when easier paths are drifting by. So maybe nothing broke tonight. No sudden turn, no clearer sight, no moment where the silence grew enough to let something come through. And that's all right. No need to force a deeper thought from shallow cores. But still, it stands, the quieter call, to slow it down, to question all, and let thought remain unfilled until it's tested, turned, and willed. Not every night will reach that place, but still, we leave a little space. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.